The roar of power. Dum-dum-dum. Dum-dum-dum. The steady beats of Yuta's heart pulsed through the forest, a rhythmic, thunderous sound that sent an eerie chill through the air. Even the cursed spirit Hanami, a being that shouldn't feel fear, was visibly unnerved. King's engine wasn't just a power boost. It was psychological warfare, and it worked, even on spirits. Yuta grinned, a manic laugh bubbling in his chest as he felt the sheer raw energy surging through his body. This time it was different, with One for All at 50% as his base and the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan buff amplifying it. King's engine was now multiplying his strength by 1.5x. Ofa, 75%. His voice was calm, confident, absolute. He flexed his fingers, feeling the power pulsing through his veins. I was thinking about pushing it further, he muttered, glancing at his own hands. But honestly, after feeling this, I don't think I need to crank it up any higher. Hanami observed him warily. There was no cursed energy radiating from Yuta. Nothing that should have made him this terrifying. Yet, that sound, the pounding drumbeat, was coming from his heart. Realization dawned on Hanami, a faint tension creeping into its features. This was pure, unfiltered physical power. Yuta smirked. So, shall we dance? And then he vanished. A deafening boom shattered the stillness. The sheer force of his acceleration cracked the ground beneath where he had stood. Hanami's non-existent eyes widened in shock, and before the cursed spirit could react, Yuta was already in front of him, grinning. The air pressure warped around his clenched fist as he pulled back and swung. Boom! The impact was a detonation of pure force. Hanami was launched like a missile, crashing through trees with explosive power, coughing up blackened blood from the sheer force of the blow. The very landscape warped from the shockwave. Trees toppled, earth split apart, and the very air cracked with tension. Yuta tilted his head slightly, cracking his neck as he turned robotically toward his downed opponent. That punch was at my current 100%. He smirked. And you're still in one piece? His fingers flexed, muscles thrumming with energy. Gotta hand it to you. You're one tough son of a bitch. Hanami staggered up, clearly shaken, but its instinct for survival overpowered its fear. If that's the case, Yuta continued, his smirk widening. Don't worry, I've got even more awesome things in store for you. For the first time, Hanami wanted to run, but there was no escape. Not when Yuta was this fast. Then I will not hold back either, Hanami growled, planting both hands into the ground. The forest trembled. Roots and plant life erupted violently from the earth, twisting and writhing as they surged toward Yuta with terrifying speed. Yuta's eyes flickered. This move, it reminded him of something. Deep forest emergence. For Naruto, the sheer scale of it was insane. All right then, let's go all out. Yuta readied himself, then paused. Wait, his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan could use time reversal. But how was he supposed to use that offensively? Damn it, Yuta deadpanned. He should have known. His newest power-up was only useful for defense, not for overwhelming force. Fine, he sighed. I'll just end this the old-fashioned way. His stance shifted, and his leg caught fire. The flames roared to life, engulfing his foot as he spun into position. You'll probably heal from this, but whatever. Yuta's grin sharpened. I'll just keep pounding you until you stay down. Aftermath, a costly victory. It wasn't easy killing a cursed spirit like Hanami. Yuta had to wear him down first, chipping away at his regenerating body, until he was weak enough for a finishing blow. And even then, it took everything he had. By the time it was over, he stood over Hanami's disintegrating form, panting, sweat rolling down his face. The battlefield was a wasteland, trees obliterated, the earth scarred from their clash. Yuta exhaled, rubbing the back of his head. I really need to learn how to use reverse cursive technique with One for All. That would have made this so much easier. Sigh. Then he froze. His hero time. He hastily checked it, and almost screamed. What? From 1 hour and 16 minutes to just 10 minutes? His stomach dropped. He'd burned through almost all of his time. And why? Stacking too many power-ups at once. And dealing with that damn plant bastard. Shit, Yuta muttered, rubbing his temple. If only I could use RCT with OFA at higher percentages. But something still felt wrong. A weird silence hung in the air. Then, blink, blink, a system notification appeared. Major quest, changed the fate. Status, failed. Compensation, massage technique the strongest. Yuta blinked. The hell? His eyes skimmed over the notification again. And then, he remembered. That volcano-headed bastard. He whipped around, but there was nothing. No corpse. No remains. Nothing. He had escaped. Shit. Yuta clenched his fists. Where did he go? The realization hit hard. He had been so focused on Hanami, to let the bigger threat get away. His teeth gritted. Fuck. He punched a nearby tree, shattering it instantly. What the hell was I thinking? But there was no time to dwell on his mistake. Bakugo was still missing. The others were still fighting. And he had only 10 minutes left of hero time. Yuta took a deep breath, forcing his mind back into focus. No more distractions. No more screw-ups. Time to move. And this time, he wouldn't let anyone escape. A tense beachside meeting. Under the bright sun and the sound of crashing waves, Kinjaku, inhabiting the body of Geto Suguru, lounged on a pristine beach, his gaze fixed on the endless blue horizon. Nearby, Mahito and Dagon basked in the sun, the former stretching lazily while the latter, still in his small octopus form, playfully waded in the shallows. To an outsider, it would have seemed like a group of eccentric beachgoers, perhaps two men recovering from severe accidents, their bodies covered in grotesque stitches, and their unusual pet octopus. The illusion of peace shattered the moment Kinjaka spoke. Hanami is dead. The words pierced through the warmth of the day, turning the air cold. Mahito's eyes widened, momentarily taken aback. What? But Jogo was supposed to be handling Gojo. What happened to Hanami? There was no grief in his voice, only mild surprise. After all, they weren't friends, just pieces of a larger game. Kinjaku exhaled, a contemplative expression crossing his borrowed face. It's a long story. Even I didn't anticipate the way he died. His tone darkened. But for now, just know, it wasn't Gojo Satoru. Dagon, usually calm and detached, shifted uneasily. His small, childlike voice held a note of concern. Then who? Kinjaku's eyes narrowed. I'm still investigating that, he admitted, fingers drumming against his knee. But now isn't the time to dwell on him. We need to accelerate our plans. Mahito's lips curled into a grin. The idea of chaos excited him. So what's next? Kinjaku raised a hand, silencing him. I know you have your own games to play, Mahito, but we can't afford distractions anymore. We're running low on numbers. We need to move efficiently. Mahito's grin faltered. He had his own experiments in mind, but he understood when to fall in line. Fine, he said, shrugging. We'll do it your way. Kinjaku turned to Dagon. Prepare everything. We need every resource, every ally, to make this work. His voice dropped slightly. Remember, none of this matters if we can't keep Gojo Satoru occupied. Dagon's response was immediate. Understood. As the cursed spirits dispersed to make the necessary preparations, Kinjaku remained seated, eyes narrowed in thought. The Kyoto Sister School Goodwill event would be the perfect cover to strike. While the others focused on the attack, he would ensure that Sukuna's remaining fingers fell into the right hands. Yet, there was someone else, a new variable that unsettled him. Not Gojo. He already had a plan for Gojo. But Yuta Hiro. Kinjaku had initially dismissed the boy, an Okatsu lookalike. He had assumed it was just Yuta Okatsu returning and hadn't bothered to think much beyond that. But then he realized the real Okatsu was still overseas. So who the hell was this Yuta Hiro? The elders take notice. The dimly lit chamber of Jujutsu High's elders was filled with a heavy silence. Recent events had shattered their expectations. It seems, one elder began, his voice low and serious. We have severely underestimated Yuta Hiro. The others listened intently. Our reports indicated that the boy possessed no cursed energy. Yet, not only did he defeat a finger-bearer, but he also fought against Sukuna. The words sent a ripple through the gathered elders. Another elder, her sharp gaze scrutinizing the situation, leaned forward. Gojo Satoru claimed the boy was unremarkable. Clearly, that was a lie. A third elder, stroking his beard, offered his thoughts. He resembles Okatsu. He lacks cursed energy. And yet, he fought on par with Sukuna. A pause. It's obvious. He must have been born with a heavenly restriction. But Gojo insists he can use reverse cursed technique. The second elder scoffed. Impossible. A man forsaken by cursed energy cannot use RCT. The first elder's expression darkened. We must keep a close eye on Hiro. The last man with his level of raw power almost killed the Six Eyes. The room fell silent. They all knew who he was referring to. Toji Zenin. The elder continued, voice grim. I'd rather have that potential under my control than leave it in the hands of Gojo Satoru. Another nodded in agreement. Gojo always has his secrets. He knows more than he lets on about this boy. A heavy tension filled the air. The balance of power in Jujutsu society was fragile. If left unchecked, this Yuta hero could tip the scales just like Toji Zenin once did. Keep an eye on him, the third elder finally said. And if needed, take him out. The room remained deathly quiet. Yuta hero was no longer just an anomaly. He was a threat. Gojo's revelation. Away from the schemes of elders and curses, Gojo Satoru finally had a moment to sit down with Yuta hero. The boy had been pestering him for days, demanding answers about his cursed technique. Yuta's patience was thin. Finally, Yuta crossed his arms. Are you done annoying the hell out of Yaga? Gojo grinned. Oh, I got sensei real good this time. But yeah, I've got some time. His tone shifted. Actually, I was going to find you anyway. Yuta raised a brow. Huh? What? Gojo smirked. Well, besides the fact that you got promoted from grade 3 to grade 1 sorcerer, which by the way is insane, I have something interesting to show you. Yuta stiffened. Wait, I got promoted? Gojo shrugged. Yeah, beating a special grade curse and fighting Sukuna tends to get you noticed. Yuta swore under his breath. Damn it, I was trying to stay under the radar. Gojo ignored his complaints and pulled out a small wooden box. Yuta frowned. What's that? Without answering, Gojo opened the lid. Instantly, a wave of cursed energy exploded outward. Yuta staggered back. Inside the box lay one of Sukuna's fingers, but it was damaged, burned, and missing a chunk of its cursed energy. Gojo's usual playful demeanor vanished. His tone was serious. This is the same Sukuna finger you retrieved from that special grade curse. He looked up. Tell me, Yuta, why is it so damaged? Yuta blinked. Huh? Why does that matter? Gojo sighed dramatically. Because, my dear student, you almost destroyed a cursed item that Jujutsu High has been trying to get rid of for centuries. Yuta froze. Even Gojo couldn't fully destroy a Sukuna finger. Yet he had damaged it. Oh. Gojo grinned. Yeah. Oh.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Yuta, I'm going to train. Would you like to come? Maki shouted as she found Yuta's walking up to her as he was pondering over things. What Gojo said back then gave much to him to think about. That power, the combination of both OFA and RCT, was not only able to break Gojo's infinity, but also damage Sukuna's finger. This one thing was making Yuta go wild. Why shouldn't he? He literally has the power to pretty much destroy any curse in his grasp, but he can't use it. Why? Because he is an idiot. Can't figure out what exactly his curse technique was. I'm definitely missing out on something here. Something quite obvious. Yuta muttered. When Yuta later told Gojo what he exactly did, the man didn't sound like he was surprised at all. Just to himself and smile. Hey, Earth to Yuta, Maki shouted again. Huh? What? Yuta this time responded, but was looking a little frustrated. I asked whether you want to train together. Geez, were you thinking this early in the morning? Maki raises her eyebrow and looks at him with curiosity. Nothing. Just pondering over a few things. And no, sorry, I promised to fight with you the next time, Ms. Zenin. Maki, hearing this, just snorted. Now she no longer gets riled up by just that. Careful, Mr. Hero. Suddenly acting all formal to a girl you have been flirting with all this time might make her believe that you lost interest in her. You don't want to break a maiden's heart. Now do you? Maki teased as she playfully winked and walked away. Huh, the hell, what was that? I flirt? When? Did Maki Zenin just joke with me, or that was more than that? Damn, I hate girls be casual for this. They don't make things clear. Can't you give a little break to dense like us? Yuta became more frustrated, but then just sighed. He kept walking again, as remembered everything that happened after that with Gojo. Flashback. This is not surprising, honestly, but I do have to say that I am impressed, Gojo said back then to him. I don't want you to get impressed by this. I want you to teach me, man. Teach me this technique. I know your 6 eyes saw something about my curse energy. Spill the beans already. Yuta asked with frustration. Oh, but why suddenly do you think that I know something? What possibly I could know about your technique? Gojo asked with an amused face. Because you're Satoru Gojo. I have to accept you got me there. But honestly, I'm really not sure anything about this curse technique of yours more than you do, Gojo said with a little apologetic smile. This made Yuta frown. Gojo was his only lead to get any information about his curse technique so far. And now that too is in vain. But as soon as Gojo said this, both of Yuta's ears perked up. But, he asked with a little excitement. But, I can explain what your curse technique does. Or at least what it did to me when you punched me. Gojo replied. Flashback end. Yuta POV. It weakened him. But how and why? Did reverse curse energy cancel out curse energy? Like positive charge, erasing negative charge to make a neutral? But that too doesn't make sense, otherwise everyone would long been use RCT for more than just healing. Maybe the titles of Strongest Long would have been in the hands of Shoko Yeri. Not to mention, OFA with RCT doesn't heal better than normal RCT. Even Gojo said that the output of his normal RCT and when he used both RCTs with OFA were the same. Then there was also this one problem with using both powers together. Good thing I requested Gojo to train me, so I finally figured out what exactly going on with that. With his 6 eyes, I get to understand a few very important things. Apparently, there are 3 different states of both OFA and RCT. Besides normally using them simultaneously, I realized that I need to make a balance between both those powers to actually use them at the same time. Only when both are equal that I can infuse them. If RCT is more, then it will not infuse and just turn it into normal healing energy. But when OFA is more than RCT, well, that is when the real problem happens. I don't know why, but then I ended up losing all my powers. Even ended up feeling weak. Just like how Gojo describes it. Only when they're completely equal in power and output, I can actually use them together and infuse them. I have no idea why, but that is the case. Now, this looks like a very simple problem to solve. Just use both of them with equal power, right? Wrong. Every person is born with a limited output of curse energy. I copied mine from Shoko Yeri. She might be excellent in reverse curse energy, but by no way she is Gojo or Okatsu. And no, just using more HT won't do. I can't increase the output of RCT if I use more HT. Can only extend the time I can use it. This also led me to understand why I was able to use them with this much balance previously when I used them. Apparently 10% of OFA was exactly similar to my 100% output of curse energy. Damn, meaning I have a hard limit at what level I can use OFA with RCT if I want to infuse them. Not to mention, doing that too without Sharingan is almost impossible. Back then, I was subconsciously using Sharingan when I used both RCT and OFA. I wasn't doing that when I attacked Sukuna back then and ended up losing the balance. Ended up using more OFA than RCT and lost power. Sigh. I need to figure something out about both my curse energy and this RCT output issue. It's obvious that straight away punching the heck out of the cursed spirits, which are to the level of the likes of Hanami or Jogo, is not very effective. That might take a very long time. I simply don't have that much HT. My fight with Hanami was a good example. It took me more than half of my HT to just put that guy down, though I was overwhelming him. But unfortunately, the healing of those cursed spirits ultimately will extend the duration of the fight. So as long as I don't directly shoot an energy of that level, he has time to heal. The fight will go on. This is why even powerful attacks are not that effective against special grades. Even carpet bombing can't do anything, let alone his punches. Powerful as they are, their healing is the most troublesome thing here. Man, if only I would use normal curse energy. Reverse curse energy will do the trick, but then I have to limit my OFA output to 10%. Otherwise, that annoying weakness kicks in. That completely defeats the purpose. Curse energy, and especially reverse curse energy, is effective against curses. Normal physicals are okay, but if any kind of curse energy is infused with them, they do more damage. Maybe a cursed tool, Yuta pondered. Sigh, I better start training for this damn event. Yuta sighed in defeat tone. His brain cells wasn't enough to handle this. Are you sure that the first years are going to be okay alone? Panda asked with a little nervous look on his face. They're not 3 years old. They will be fine, Maki said, rolling her eyes. Yes, but today is the day when the principal of Kyoto School comes here, right? It's just that there's a possibility that those students too will come along. Panda said as he thought about 2 particular students who make things difficult for them. Why does every trouble come finding you? Nobara asked with much irritation on her face. Okatsu, it's good that you came. I wanted to get even with you, said an elder student from Kyoto with a lot of muscles. This person was of course Aoi to do. It seems like you have gotten stronger, To-Do said as he mistook Yuta, like every other person, and commented after looking at those well-trained muscles of him. Okatsu was more skinny in this department. Sigh, okay. Listen, I'm not who you think I am. I look like Okatsu, and my name is also Yuta, but I am not him. My name is Yuta Hiro, a first-year student in Jujutsu Tech in Tokyo. Yuta is very used to this by now, so much so that by just instincts he took out his ID card while explaining and showed it to both To-Do and my Zenin, Maki's sister, who was standing beside To-Do all this time. She too was looking at Yuta with confusion. To-Do and I knew that something was wrong. The moment Okatsu was near them, they could sense the boundless amount of curse energy coming out of him. This was not the case with the boy in front of them right now. That is why when he explains, he actually believes in this otherwise obviously looking lie. Interesting. So are you somehow related to Okatsu? Mai asked. There was a certain tone to her words. She felt this feeling of absolutely no curse energy in Yuta, and it was familiar to her. It was much like her own sister. Maki. The boy and Okatsu look so much similar to each other. It's almost like they're twins. This explains why Okatsu has so much curse energy. It's just because this guy here has none. My sneer. This particular topic was a sore spot for her. The fate of twins in the jujitsu world is bad. Mai also thinks the same thing as everyone else would do. Really, it's quite interesting. Tell me, Hiro Yuta, what kind of woman you like. To-Do didn't care at all. He just came to the point which really mattered. Mattered to him, that is. Yuta and Megumi hearing this were confused. Man, I can't seem to remember this character. Did there was a character like him in the anime? Yuta couldn't help but frown. Why do you even want to know something like that? Yuta asked, after seeing that neither Nobara nor Megumi planning on entering the conversation. Hearing this To-Do just laughed and said, a man's taste in woman explains many things about that person. Everyone has a unique taste which tells what kind of person he is. It's fine if you like men. I, by the way, like a tall woman with a big, nice butt. To-Do said without even a single hint of shame in his voice. Yuta wasn't looking very impressed, though, by the end of this. He sighs, pondering why he even bothers to hang out with both Nobara and Megumi. The main cast is always the center of trouble. It's completely unfair that Nobara pointing fingers at him. After complaining, he seriously started to ponder To-Do's question. What kind of girls does he like? And the first image that came to his mind was Toru. Cheerful, beautiful, cute, innocent, and lastly, and more than anything, his girlfriend. Though then there was a little image of Maki also hidden in that quick little thought. I don't have any type, because I already have a girl I like. She's all I need. Yuta replied with a big smile on his face. Both Nobara and Megumi snapped their neck at Yuta with more velocity than they hit curses. Yuta could have sworn that he heard something breaking at that time. Nanny! Both almost shouted as they teleported at both of his sides. Who is she? Do we know her? Starts spilling the beans. Questions started to surround him, and he started to get irritated. Just as he was about to stop the stop from shaking him to the point that he lost consciousness, his spider sense alerted him of danger. Behind his contact lenses, immediately Sharingan flare to live, as this was at this point was a natural reaction to him. However, with how much better Mangekyo is without any more draw of HT, he usually shifts to that better version of Mangekyo. He shifted his look only to see a hulking Aoi to do was coming at him with his muscular hand. He noticed that he had somehow lost his jacket in all this time. Yuta immediately moved, pushing the two teammates away from the charging bull and then bringing his hand in front of him to defend. Iron body. Thud. Yuta felt the powerful force at his torso as To-Do tossed him away thanks to the weight difference between them. Seeing both Yuta and To-Do out of sight, both Megumi and Nobara were stunned at first and then were about to go after him, but Mai stopped him. Yuta didn't feel anything thanks to the iron body, but he was thrown out. Standing there watching To-Do, walking towards him, he just sighed. Though he liked fighting, but this was a little too much even for him. Why fight without any particular reason? Minor quest. Beat Aoi To-Do. Reward? Yup, that's exactly what I was waiting for. At least now I got a reason to beat his ass. Yuta smiled. After getting a reason to fight, his lazy face lit up with motivation. By this time, he was very used to this. He knew that he had to do what the system asked of him to gain power. Some might call this system slavery, but he too has no counter to this. So when he is doing this, at least agree on this point. Yuta then used OFA up to 20% when a lightning started to crackle around him, making To-Do, who was about to charge at him, pause. Though To-Do looked like he was all muscle and no brain, he was smart. He, after noticing, keenly observed that even right now Yuta didn't have any curse energy coming out of him. This further confuses him. Interesting. Let's see what To-Do was saying, but even before he could complete his sentence, Yuta vanished from his place, making To-Do's eyes widen. Soru. Yuta instantly appeared in front of To-Do with a grin. He wasn't interested in talking with To-Do now. He just needed that reward and wanted to get out of there. Recently, he has been working hard with curse energy, so he doesn't have any time to waste on To-Do right now. That is why he planned to end this fight quickly. To-Do, seeing this, was stunned, but just when Yuta was about to deliver his punch, he saw To-Do clapping his hands for some reason, and to Yuta's disbelief and horror, Megumi, who was observing the fight without helping, appear where he was standing before. Shit. What? Boom. Yuta wasn't able to stop himself in time. With Sora, he was so fast that stopping his movement was almost impossible. But tactfully, he was able to cut out his OFA in time, before his punch connect with Megumi. Unfortunately for Megumi, though, Yuta's normal punch was already very strong, and when he was moving at that fast speed, his power was enhanced. Boom! The punch hit him almost point blank, making him stagger back and fall to the ground with a thud. Gladly, the boy had a good reaction, and he was able to enhance himself with curse energy. Yuta, upon seeing that Megumi was okay, well, mostly okay, he turns back to To-Do, who suddenly appears where Megumi was before. His eyes narrowed, making him finally serious. Space-time jutsu. That was the only thing that came to his mind at this time. This kind of power is the most troublesome kind to deal with. Minato, Obito, Mirio, Gojo, almost everyone with space powers is trouble. How come I don't remember this character when he has this kind of crazy power? Yuta pondered, though complaining about this is really not appropriate. Who can remember an anime they watched after 15 years of dying and getting reborn, living in another anime world, getting bullied, getting power, and then coming here to this world? You should be thankful that he can remember how much he can. I wasn't expecting this. Without even curse energy, you are this strong. Seems like you are not that boring, after all, hero. To-Do said with a big smile coming to him. Hearing this, Yuta couldn't help but replace To-Do's figure with a crazy villain wanting to fight him just for fun's sake. That dialogue was exactly like what a villain would say. So your curse technique allows you to exchange your position with someone else. Quite a skill, especially in a fight, Yuta said with genuine praise. To-Do, after hearing this, didn't say anything, just smirked and got ready to fight. Megumi, get out of here. As long as you are here, He will keep exchanging our position. This kind of guy, he is at his most disadvantage at a solo one-on-one fight, Yuta said as he glanced at Megumi, seeing him grumbly, standing up. Megumi, after hearing this, looks at Yuta with contemplation. Tadu wasn't an enemy. There was no life threat in this fight. At least he believed that there wouldn't be. However, he still didn't want to leave Yuta here alone. Get going, Megumi. I can handle this guy. Yuta, seeing Megumi not moving, shouted again. Megumi finally sighed, and after nodding, got moving. So you decided to fight one-on-one, huh? It's actually a wiser choice. Tadu cracked his neck as he got ready for the fight. Yuta once again flared up with his OFA and got ready. It was Tadu, though, who attacked first this time. He was fast, so fast that Yuta highly doubted that this person was even human. But that is what is possible for curse users to use their powers correctly. Once done, need a very powerful curse technique to get strong. Even master curse energy to a high enough level could make one pretty strong. Of course, the strongest in this world are those who are born with powerful curse techniques. Yuta watched Tadu charging at him and got ready. When he was close enough, he made a fist and punched right at the charging Tadu. This time he wasn't using a lot of power from OFA. He wasn't sure how long is the range of Tadu's technique or how exactly he used it. He'd rather not throw too damaging an attack for the time being. The punch of both Yuta and Tadu collided with almost enough power, making a sudden shift in air pressure and making both stagger back. Both rush at each other again, making booming voices come as they collide. While Yuta was having fun fighting with Tadu, something which even Tadu agreed upon, he notices suddenly both Toge and Panda coming. His eyes instantly widen. He knew that if they got involved, then he won't get a reward. Man, I didn't want to waste this much HT on him, but whatever. Yuta complains as his Sharingan turns on, and before even Toge and Panda come and disturb their fight, he puts Tadu under his Genjutsu with 10 minutes of heights as a cost. This immediately freezes Tadu as he starts to see his favorite ideal performance. And Yuta immediately uses Soru and comes to Tadu. Smash! He won't be happy when he learns that he missed that stupid signature of his ideal, Mai said with a smile as she looked at Tadu passed out while still smiling. Apparently this guy didn't want to come out of Genjutsu in the first place. I highly doubt that he will, Yuta said with a little awkward face, wondering what kind of Genjutsu he was in exactly. There's a reason why Yuta doesn't use Genjutsu that much, one that it takes too much MT. He can literally one-hit Tadu with OFA, EMS buff, and even King's engine stack on and won't lose even 2/10 of that hero time. It's pretty much useless until he is fighting someone super strong or not fighting, but rather using Genjutsu on other reasons. Since he got his power, the only one thing which he has to keep in mind is how much HT he has left. No matter what he did, that one thing always kept him tense. Even 2 hours is not much. This was also the reason why he was worried about his RCT and OFA powers. It's not like he can't beat curse spirits with just OFA. The problem is their healing. And special grades at the level of Hanami or Jogo have excellent healing power. This means the fight going to be a long one. That is the biggest problem for him. That is why it's so important for him to master how to use RCT with OFA beyond 10%. But he asked this Gojo and even did his own research. There is no way to increase the amount of curse energy in a person, otherwise others would have done so already. Curse energy depends on how much a person is born with. And his is even more of a problem because he is the exact copy of Shoko. His RCT just can't keep up with his OFA. He needs to figure out a way. He saw Maki and Mai getting into a sisterly quarrel and suddenly thought about something. Maybe I can get myself a weapon. Not the best option, but that will surely help me. Even with only 10% of RCT infused with OFA, I could do good damage if I have a weapon like a sword or something similar. Though getting a good weapon for myself going to be hard. Something which can handle OFA, maybe I'm not going to get any in this world. But maybe in some other world. Maybe the system can take me to a world like that. Again, it's not like I'm going to use more than 10% if I end up using the weapon in the first place. Just going to use it when I just got to use OFA and RCT together. That weapon will somewhat cover the lack of power. Not a big fan of weapons. I'm more of a fist kind of guy. But with Sharingan and a personal tendon to train me, I might give it a try. Yuta ponders as he looks at Maki with a smile. Maki obviously notices this and knocks her eyebrows, asking why suddenly he was looking at her like that. What you looking at? Nothing, just realized that we got the sister with a better ass. Yuta smirked. Hearing this, Maki just rolled her eyes, but a smile still appeared on her lips. So you were checking out my sister's ass, huh? She narrowed her eyes. Nope, though only because yours were beside her, Yuta said shamelessly. Hearing this talk, both Nobara and Megumi had wide eyes. She just remembered Yuta just a few minutes ago saying that he already liked the girl. They snapped their eyes at Yuta, then at Maki, and then again at Yuta. He complimented on her ass, and she smiles at that. He talked about her sister's ass, and she asked who's better? The hell. Finally, the day when the Kyoto Sister Exchange event will happen came. Students and teachers from both sides, Kyoto and Tokyo, came there. The students who were participating from Kyoto were Yuta, Maki, Nobara, Megumi, Panda, and Toge. Well, there's just one more. Yo, I am here. Yuji burst out of a box which Gojo brought and gave a typical pose, making Nobara, Megumi, and even Yuji to frown. Even after knowing that Yuji was all right, Yuta felt that he wanted to punch that idiot face of the pink-haired boy in front of him. Sigh, maybe later. From the Kyoto side, to do my Kusumi Miwa, Mekaru, Momo, Noritoshi Kamo, and of course their teacher, Yutaheim Lori. Here is a little introduction of students from Kyoto side. To-do Aoi is a big hulking guy who likes big tall girls with big nice butts. His curse technique is quite interesting. He can exchange his or someone else's location with another person by clapping his hand. Miwa uses swords. Mekamaru is actually a curse tool more, or a doll, which is getting control from a real person from somewhere else entirely. Mai uses guns. Momo is a sweet little girl with which style broom on which she can fly on, and Noritoshi Kamo can manipulate his blood for many things. Don't you think that what you're doing right now is bullying? Yuji said as he was forced to hold a frame used for dead people in front of his face. Shut up. You deserve it, Nobara shouted after hearing this coming from Yuji. I have to say, Yuji, this one is kind of your fault. If you were all right, then you should have told us, Yuta said as he was playing with a ball in the room where the entire student body of Tokyo side was gathered. Within a few minutes, the exchange event was about to start, and he wasn't sure what exactly to do. With him here, it's just too easy for the Tokyo side to win. If he gets serious, is there anyone on the other side who can fight him? He doesn't believe so, not unlike the gang on him with to-do. The real problem in that case, again, won't be him fighting with multiple people, but mostly to-do's technique. That is the biggest problem. The biggest problem in their class is to-do. He is nothing less than a beast. I'm sure you all have already seen what I'm talking about here, right? Maki said as she turned to Yuta and Megumi. They, after all, were the ones who actually fought with to-do. Yeah, but we have a beast of our own, do we not? Panda added, obviously pointing at himself, but unfortunately for him, some people after him saying this looked at Yuta, or some look at Yui. We have to hold back Toji. Otherwise, it's not going to work. I can do that. Yuji immediately replied. Are you sure? Maki asked with one eyebrow raised, not knowing what kind of physical power Yuji have. Don't underestimate Yuji, he is strong. Megumi immediately said upon seeing Maki not being able to believe in Yuji's capabilities. But I believe that it should be Yuta who should fight to-do. He already has done so and beat him before. Megumi said as he glanced at Yuta, not interested at all, playing with the ball, repeatedly throwing it at the wall and catching it again and again. He was looking bored and not interested at all. Nah, let Yuji do that. I don't want to fight that guy again. It gives me a headache just to understand his taste in women. I'd rather just go after the cursed spirits as planned. Yuta replied, not really interested in fighting with to-do again. He doubts that he will get another reward from beating that guy. The first reward he got from beating him wasn't that good either. Minor quest, beat Aoi to-do. Rewards, repair card. He has no idea what to do with that. He has nothing to fix right now in hand besides the author's bank account. Hearing this, others just look at each other and sigh. They knew Yuta at least this much, that they realized that if Yuta was not interested, then he most likely wouldn't do it, even if ordered. If only they knew that his motivation is directly connected to what kind of reward he gets from a system. Okay, then how about this? Let's leave scoring points on Yuta. While we hold Kyoto students back, let's take advantage of having more people on our side. Maki immediately thought and said, that actually could work. Kyoto has 6 students while Tokyo has 7 right now. That might be the best idea. Yuta pondered. He wasn't planning on fighting with those students anyway. That's just bullying, and heroes don't bully. He rather focuses on scoring more points for the team and securing a win. Fine then, leave the scoring to me. I can mostly stay low. Believe me, others can't find me if I don't want them to. You guys can go and fight with them as much as you want. Don't worry about scoring points. Leave that all to me. Yuta finally stood up, a little bit of motivation to work coming to him. As the game started, Yuta decided to become a Zoro for once and conveniently got lost. He was not planning on staying with anyone during this time. He will just hang around, sneak from here to there, and kill all the cursed spirits he found while he is at it. It's been some time since the game started, and by now he has taken out 2 cursed spirits, and they were quite weak. Just a little punch was enough to beat them. As Yuta moved forwards, he comes across Maki and Miwa fighting. Both were fighting with weapons in their hands. He has noticed that those sorcerers who don't have a cursed technique often carry a weapon with them. Even someone like Nanami has a small sword with him. He gets that cursed tools are extremely handy and can really enhance the curse user's power. Watching Maki using her Naginata and Miwa using her sword, Yuta can't help but sigh. He too planned to do the same as them, not have any other way to increase his RCT output to match his OFA. He can't use both together more than 10%. If it gets disbalanced, then either the power will turn into normal RCEK, healing, or he himself loses power. Still not sure why that happens. So the only way for Yuta to get stronger besides combining RCT and OFA more than at the range of 10% is that he has to make that 10% stronger. A good weapon can help him in that. And though he wasn't a weapon user, but he still tried. In the last 30 days, he trains hard under both Gojo and Maki. Especially under Maki to master a cursed tool. When he asked for a cursed spirit, he was asking for something tough. Something which can handle his power with OFA, even at 10%. That was the 7th curse weapon that you broke. Do you know how expensive those are? You to remember how irritated Gojo was back then. He ended up breaking too many weapons thanks to his OFA. Later when he realized that those curse tools were coming from Maki, he shivered and altogether dropped the idea of getting a weapon. Sigh, paying for them took all the money I got from beating that special grade. Though Maki did say that she had a weapon that could handle raw physical strength, but by that time, he wasn't interested anymore. Maki did ask him many times after that, but there wasn't any time left to actually learn that weapon. Sigh, knowing that Maki doesn't need his help to handle Miwa. He kept on walking from there. No point wasting time there. He has a cursed spirit to hunt. And while Yuta was taking a stroll, others were fighting each other. Yuji against Tadu, Maki against Miwa, and then Mai, Panda against Meko, Nobara against Momo, Megumi against Tashinori Kamo. Using numbers, huh? I wasn't expecting to use such a cheap trick, Yutaheim said as she and others looked at others fighting while Yuta scored all the points. Hey, that's not my idea. Don't look at me like that. Gojo shrugged and didn't care. Are you telling me that this boy, Yuta Hero, was able to kill a special grade by himself? Mei asked, as somehow she was able to see through her hair, covering most of her face. Looking at Yuta, making short work of almost every spirit he comes across. Nobody saw him fighting the special grade. It's mostly that it was Sukuna who killed the cursed spirit. But it was unavoidable that that boy was able to handle Sukuna with 10% of his power. That alone makes him a sorcerer close to special grade. Yoshinobu Gakaganji thought. Quick recap. Yuji eat first finger back in the school, and next when Gojo gave him one to test out whether he can handle those fingers. Akasukuna back, there was in 10% power and not 5%. If I made any mistake, then please point out. Previously, he wanted to put Kyoto students after Yuta to see how powerful he really was. This was one thing which the higher-up wanted. But the appearance of Yuji changes that. Now he no longer has the luxury to ask his students to do anything else besides killing Yuji Itadori. And when it comes to Yuta, well, he just has to wait. The child was strong if he really was able to stay alive after facing Sukuna. then he was worth looking into. And when it comes to beating Sukuna, Gakkiganji doesn't believe in that. Not all. Gojo, seeing both Yutaheim and Gakkiganji showing interest in Yuta, didn't say anything. If it was anyone else, then he might have joked, but not Yuta Hero. After all, he knew the real power of Yuta. What kind of power that boy holds. Honestly speaking, even he is not sure about his power, but he knew one thing. It was something which this world has never seen. And more than anything, when he felt it, he felt weakness. Him. That hand, though, which he blocked Yuta's punch when he used that golden lightning thing. He felt his curse energy on that hand getting evaporated. And though it was not obvious, but his 6 eyes catch it. His hand was shaking. Very slightly, but it was. Making even him tremble for the first time. So he just kept his mouth shut. But he too wanted to see what Yuta was capable of. He wanted to see Yuta understanding his own technique. This was the first time Gojo had a hope to really have an equal in this world. He had a feeling that if there is one person who can, then it's Yuta Hero. And while this was happening, Yuta, mostly passing time at this point, suddenly felt his spider sense tingle. That ain't good. He looked around, trying to sense the curse energy around to find if there was any danger. The battle between Megumi Fushiguro and Noritoshi Kumo was intense. Just like any other student from both Tokyo and Kyoto, besides Yuta, they were giving their all. But only after fighting with Noritoshi for some time that Megumi realized that Noritoshi or the entire Kyoto students were after Yuji from the beginning. As the fight was going on, suddenly, without warning, the entire building around them seemed to explode with water. It was as if a tsunami had struck, flooding the area with an overwhelming force. The water crashed through the halls, sweeping debris and Shikigami aside as both fighters struggled to maintain their footing. "What the hell is this?" Noritoshi shouted, his voice barely audible over the roaring waters. Megumi glanced around, eyes wide with shock. "Don't look at me. Max elephants can't produce this much water." As the water surged, a dark, oppressive energy enveloped the area. Both Megumi and Noritoshi felt the weight of the curse energy pressing down on them. A massive curtain of curse energy descended, enclosing the entire school grounds suddenly, making the area separated from the outside and making almost everyone alarmed, no matter whether they were inside the dome or outside. A curtain this strong, it has to be a special grade. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows of the flooded corridor. This figure was like an octopus, or more like a combination of both an octopus and a man. "I will avenge Hanami." Dagon had just come out of the water, looked at both Megumi and Noritoshi, and said with much anger in his voice. He usually doesn't fight, but upon getting the news that Hanami was dead, he was furious. He now only wanted to kill the person who killed Hanami. Noritoshi's eyes narrowed as he recognized the threat. It could talk. This one is a special grade. Dagon's appearance was monstrous, his form reminiscent of a grotesque sea creature. He moved closer, the water around him parting effortlessly. His eyes gleamed with a predatory intelligence as he sized up the two sorcerers. Outside the curtain, Gojo, Yutaheim, and Principal Gakkiganji stood in tense expression. Gojo extended his hand towards the barrier, but he was repelled back immediately. But apparently, both Principal Gakkiganji and Yutaheim were able to bypass the curtain, making it clear to him that he was the only person who the curtain was holding back right now. "We have to work together," Megumi said. He could sense the huge amount of curse energy in the cursed spirit. Noritoshi didn't reply, but a little nod from him was sufficient to tell Megumi that he was in. There was no other way right now. Both of them will die if they don't work together. Thankfully, they were not alone. Toj was nearby. He immediately rushes towards the place where the cursed spirit appears, planning on helping. Meanwhile, outside, both Yutaheim and Gakkiganji ended up getting inside the curtain only to come face to face with a curse technique user. Yuta knew that something was wrong. His senses were going haywire the moment that curtain appeared. Pursuing his lips, he used OFA to get out of the forest and rush towards where he could sense that a massive amount of curse energy was emitting. Apparently, he was not the only one. Maki, after defeating both Mai and Miwa, And while she was at it, she also stole her sword and was about to go and help others, but that was when she saw the curtain covering the sky. She immediately dashes from her place. It just happens to be the case that both Yuta and Maki reach where Megumi, Noritoshi, and Toge were fighting Dagon. Unlike Maki, Yuta can sense curse energy, and by looking alone, he can say that this cursed spirit is just as strong or more than the one he fought back in the forest. Where were you? Do you really want me to answer that? Nah, just focus on the cursed spirit. Megumi knew that if there was anyone among them who could fight a special grade cursed spirit, then it was Yuta. He has seen Yuta fighting against Sukuna and even overwhelming him. Yuta, on the other hand, was observing Dagon. Try to remember whether he has seen a character like him before in the anime, but he can't remember anything. Most likely he appeared after the first season. I should have seen the second season. Sigh. After failing to recognize anything about the cursed spirit, he was about to analyze the spirit by what he had seen up to so far. But before that, he moves towards Megumi, Toge, and Noritoshi. Besides Megumi, other two were pretty banged up after just a few minutes of fighting against this cursed spirit. He never left his eyes from the octopus while going up to them and slowly activated his RCT to heal both Toge and Noritoshi. Under just a few seconds, both of their pain was eased, and then they stood up again. Though Yuta's healing was good, but completely healing Toge was hard. He had to be taken out of here soon. This was the first time Yuta was showing that he can use RCT in front of others, and only because Yuji wasn't here. This kind of shocked the Tokyo students. They wanted to ask him about this, but right now wasn't the right time. Take him out. I will take care of him. Yuta said, knowing that one-on-one it's almost impossible to beat Dagon for anyone here. Even together, they might not be a match. He is the only one who can, and thus he wanted them to leave him alone with Dagon right now. While this was happening, Megumi, acting like Maki's personal armory, took out a black sword and a red nunchuck from his shadow. Yuta, seeing the sword, did feel that it was a curse tool, but not the red nunchuck. It was more like a normal weapon. And let you have all the fun for yourself. Yeah, right, Maki replied, acting like she was looking forward to fighting Dagon. Seeing this, Yuta just frowned. He, by just looking at the cursed spirit, can say that they are no match for it. Well then, let's just let them. If anything happens, I am here one way or another. It was less than 2 minutes, and Yuta could already see them struggling. And that was when Yuta too was fighting with them. He was mostly covering them, but then was getting harder and harder as time goes. MHA, Maki shouted as he swung her weapon at Dagon, but Dagon was able to dodge the attack at the last second, while even blocking the attack from Megumi. Noritoshi used his blood to make a blade and threw it towards Dagon, but Dagon summoned a wave of water to block again. Yuta saw Dagon targeting Maki as she was close to him right now. He, with OFA 10, rushed fast to block the punch going towards Maki. Thud. Even with OFA 10 wasn't enough to handle Dagon. He was break even with Sukuna when he used 40% of OFA. So he believes that as long as he uses 40% here, it's more than enough to handle Dagon. Suddenly, Nu appeared in the sky, lighting crackling on his wings as it shone at Dagon. And though the attack was affecting, maybe because it was electricity, but it wasn't strong enough. Noritoshi dashed forward and with his blood blade, attacked Dagon, but didn't work at all. Dagon's skin was like iron. Megumi then gave it a try. He with his black blade came and attacked Dagon, but Yuta's senses told him that Dagon was already out of the stagger effect from the lightning. Alarmed, he rushes forward to help Megumi. Megumi's sword strike was useless. When even Maki couldn't go through that skin, then there was no way that Megumi could. Yuta sure can, but he wanted them away from here. Not exactly trying to hide his power from them, but their being so close to the fight can cause harm to them as well. Dagon was about to attack Megumi, but Yuta appeared in time and punched Dagon right on the side to stagger him back again, making him miss the attack. What with that spirit's skin? It's like iron. Nothing go through it. Maki asked with much irritation. Yuta, hearing this, just rolled his eyes. It's not that his skin is hard, but you are not hitting hard enough. Yuta really wanted to complain, but all this time, he was observing the weapon on Maki's hand. These red nunchucks were strong. Give it to me. Let me show you how it's done. Yuta just walked up to Maki and grabbed the nunchuck from her hand, whose name he just realized was Playful Cloud. Maki didn't even realize how Yuta snatched that weapon from her hand. It should be almost impossible, but Yuta did it like it was nothing. She's seeing this purse her lips. If there is one person in Jujutsu Tech who has fought with Yuta more than anyone all this time, then it's her. She at least wants to believe that she knows how strong Yuta is, but her understanding of his skills now was looking very shaky. When she learns that Yuta not only beat a special grade alone, but also fights with Sukuna, she can't believe it. She has fought with him, and he hardly should be that strong to accomplish either of the things she heard. She thought that the news was fake, not wanting to ask Yuta directly. She never brought that subject in front of him herself, but she was interested none the rest. But once she learned that Yuta was promoted to grade 1 sorcerer, she knew that those things couldn't be false. So that means all this time he was holding back against me? She wanted to know. She really thought that she was doing good, but if he was holding back then, Yuta, unaware to what Maki was thinking, just took the Playful Cloud in his hand and was about to attack Dagon, who was preparing an attack of his own, but then suddenly both of them stopped. Yuta's eyes widened. His spider sense was tingling like crazy, and he immediately used Sora with OFA shooting up to 15% from 10%, as he can't use Sora below 15% and appear right in front of Noritoshi. Swinging the new weapon he just got, he blocks multiple curved blades attack to ropes rushing at Noritoshi. But before they even could come to him, Yuta's one swing of Playful Cloud sent the new enemy flying back towards Dagon with minimum effort. Boom! A loud sound came when the weapon connected before the enemy was sent flying back. Yuta seeing this blink. I didn't put that much power in that attack. Just enough to stagger the guy. He was taken back and then looked at the weapon in his hand. Before this, he had used swords, naginata, and even knives, but nothing worked for him. But this weapon, a smile appears on his face. Oh, I like this one. He looked back at the new enemy, and again his spider senses were tingling. Ah, you are fast. You were able to save him, said a nonchalant voice. Yuta saw the person, and his spider sense was tingling hard. Even more than when he was facing Dagon. This one is strong, even stronger than the octopus guy. Yuta saw the man with blue hair and patchwork on his face. He looked exactly like a man, but he knew better. It was clear that he was a cursed spirit. What are you doing here, Mahito? Dagon asked with suspicion. Suguru told me to come. Give you a hand. The guy who killed Hanami. You can't handle him alone, especially when all these people are here. Mahito said with a little grin. Hearing this, Dagon was taken aback. Their plan was never to actually kill those humans, but more like distract them. Killing them was Dagon's own decision. Only because among them exists one human who killed Hanami. Yuta Hiro. He wasn't expecting that someone else would come to help him. He looks at Mahito with hidden emotion in his eyes. Again, that one things which they all debate much come to his mind. Are curses like humans? On the other side, Yuta and others were horrified, because they could see that this person was also a cursed spirit and a special grade at that. This is not good, Maki muttered, but honestly she didn't need to say that. Everyone knew that. Even handling one special grade was near next impossible for them. Now there's two in front of them. Are you the one who killed Hanami? Mahito looked directly at Yuta and asked, What if I am? Yuta, narrowing his eyes, looked directly at Mahito and answered. Others hearing this were confused. Who is Hanami? The only thing that came to their mind was that cursed spirit that Yuta fought and killed before. They're thinking of Finger Bearer. Yuta still haven't told anyone that he killed another special grade. This ain't good. I now have to focus on one and leave the other to them. I should have just forced them to stop fighting and have gone all out to beat the octopus from the very start. Sai, no point thinking about this. Just focus on quickly taking one down. The octopus is strong, but my spider sense is telling that the other one is more dangerous. I'm sure that I can handle that Mahito guy, but will others can handle that octopus? Yuta was pondering hard, but he unfortunately didn't have the time. After confirming that the person standing in front of him was the one who killed Hanami, Dagon was enraged and just wanted to kill Yuta. Even before Dagon rushes at him, Yuta senses him coming thanks to his senses and moves on instincts. Immediately shooting up his OFA from 15% to 20%, His speed shot up, and with Sharingan, he easily dodged, and swung his hand hard with playful cloud his hand. Boom! Even Yuta was surprised at what happened after that. Dagon was when hit directly on his side and was sent flying far, even more than what Yuta anticipated. He fell directly into the forest and hit many trees in the way. But more than that, he destroyed a 100-meter distance in that forest as a ditch ended up creating in the path Yuta make Dagon fly. Wow! Others look at this with wide eyes. Though Yuta used Playful Cloud, which is famous for increasing the physical attack power, but that was just... Megumi, seeing this, just smirked a little. He, among all of them, was the only one who had seen Yuta fighting for real. And Yuta knew this as well. So he directly talks to Megumi. Megumi, you and others go after that octopus. I will handle this patchwork face. Yuta wasn't asking, but more like ordering. He knew that they might barely be able to handle Dagon if all of them were together. Megumi thought about it a little before nodding. Others wanted to argue about leaving Yuta alone here, but Megumi intervened. Yuta can handle him. Come on, we have to beat that water curse. Megumi said and moved. And so moved Noritoshi after a little contemplation. Of all, technically Yuta can order them around, seeing he was the only grade 1 sorcerer here. Maki, seeing this, just bites on her lips. Not sure what she was thinking. Here, Maki, that's a good weapon. Make sure you use it right. Yuta tossed the Playful Cloud back, but upon catching Maki without delay, tossed it back to Yuta. You have it. It's better suited for you. I feel disgusted to use this anyway. Just make sure that you don't lose it. It's worth 5 million. Maki said as she turned back, wanting to ask something, but did, and rushed towards others. Hearing this, Yuta just smiled. Really, they're my kind of gal. Yuta swung the Playful Cloud at Mahito again and again, with a simple swing of his wrist, sending a powerful attack towards Mahito, just because now he had a powerful tool. Playful Cloud was the best tool for him. This tool had almost zero curse energy, but what it lacks in magical power, it more than easily covered it with pure raw power. No doubt that this was a powerful weapon. The only condition this weapon needs is a powerful user, someone who is physically gifted. It was like this weapon was made for him. After all, OFA was all about raw power. He should have asked for this kind of weapon from Maki in the first place. Yuta shouted as he again and again swung the 3-sided nunchuck towards the special grade curse, and at first it felt like it was working. Each attack was either knocking Mahito back or destroying his limbs. But soon Yuta realized that all that damage, it wasn't working. He could tell just by the smile that Mahito had. What? Seems like you finally figured out. Mahito said as Yuta stopped attacking, trying to understand why his attacks were not working on this special grade curse. How come you are all right? I beat you enough to have some kind of effect? Asked Yuta with confusion. Now, if this was any other world, then asking this would have been idiotic, but this world is Jujutsu Kaisen. Here, the possibility that the enemy will tell their power to you is actually more dangerous, because this makes their power stronger. Interested, huh? Well, you see, my curse technique allows me to manipulate souls. Do you know that one soul defines one body? My curse technique, Ideal Transformation, allows me to change the shape of my and other souls, making changes to their body as well, like this. Mahito smiles and explains everything calmly, but in the end suddenly attacks Orion. Orion sensed the attack coming from miles away as his senses warned him, and he used his Sharingan to dodge the punch coming at him. With his speed, it was pretty easy for him. But then his eyes widened, and his senses were still going wild for some reason. He didn't get it. His Sharingan looked all around, from where the attack had come to him, but there was nothing. All of Mahito's limbs were away from him. He was maintaining a distance because his senses were going wild whenever Mahito's hands were close to him. Then why? Why did he feel like he was still in danger? He learned pretty soon when he felt a hand on his chest touching him. Yuta's eyes widened when he saw a hand coming out of Mahito's chest was touching his own chest, and the hand was long, like really long, to being able to touch him. Did you forget? I just told you that I can change my soul shape, meaning I can change the shape and size of my body, Mahito said with a twisted smile on his face when Yuta felt his insides and outside turning upside down. He felt that big hands were reshaping him like he was made out of clay. A sense of crisis rang inside his head within seconds. As my instincts, he knew that this wasn't something that he could heal by just RCT. By instinct, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. The pattern in his right eye started to move rapidly, making him feel like heat and power were rushing into his right eye. And then he saw the body, which were upturning into some sort of modern art piece, started to turn back, returning to their original form. Within the blink of an eye, his body was back to its normal shape and size, making him sigh in relief. His eyes, which were wide as saucers, finally calmed down as he looked at Mahito with a complicated look on his face. This curse, it's dangerous. If it was someone else beside me, then they surely would have been dead by now. I am literally only alive thanks to time reversal of Mangekyo. He wasn't the only one who was in this condition. Even Mahito, who was looking at Yuta, was both surprised and now serious. What happened? I changed his soul. I'm sure of it. Then why it didn't work? No, I'm sure it was working, but then something happened in between, something which stopped the transformation in between. Even Mahito can't help but be confused and get serious in this fight now. What did you do? How did you stop the transformation? How did you fix the shape of your soul? Mahito asked with a little anxious tone. Now Yuta has not reason to explain his powers to Mahito. It's not like his power will increase here. Sorry, unlike you, I don't get anything out of explaining my technique, so I will keep my mouth shut. Yuta replied and smiled a little, finally looking a little happy as he saw that annoying smile gone from Mahito's face. Mahito, after hearing this, only frowned, but wasn't that much worried. Yuta, too, was a little relief after seeing the playful cloud on his hand. He knew that if he didn't have this weapon right now, then maybe even touching Mahito would be impossible. But now the real problem needed to be addressed. How the hell he's supposed to kill this curse if Mahito can outright ignore any physical damage by just manipulating his soul and keep fixing his body? Suddenly, a big smile spread across Yuta's face. I was looking for a good weapon for this very reason, because I can't use RCT and OFA together beyond 10% range. I needed a powerful weapon, a weapon that can increase the power of that 10% fusion of both RCT and OFA. Haha, just the timing of things. Yates laughed as he gripped the playful cloud in his hand tighter, but then took a long, deep breath, confusing Mahito meanwhile. What, are you getting high, or what, you mental? Mahito, too, smiled, fully confident that there was no way that Yuta could beat him. Mental? Well, maybe. You see, I am at my peak when I'm a little high. Yuta replied with a smirk, and then suddenly golden lightning started to appear all over his body. While this fight was happening, another one was taking place. Dagon, who was sent flying by Yuta, wasn't done, but he took quite some damage when with just one attack from Yuta with Playful Cloud. Yuta wasn't holding back when he attacked him, sending him back as much as possible to make distance from both Dagon and Mahito. Ah, that weapon. It's dangerous, especially in his hands, Dagon said as he slowly healed his damaged shell. Yuta was finally able to draw blood out of Dagon and break his shell. That damage from Playful Cloud and Yuta, who used 20% OFA power, was too much. That was very close to Toji, or even better, meaning the damage was too much. By the time he finally healed up, he saw all those humans he was fighting earlier appear in front of him, beside the boy how killed Hanami, of course. Mahito is handling him. He might want to take his life, but maybe Mahito is more suitable for that. The physical attack doesn't work on Mahito after all. So since Mahito is taking care of that human, I will kill you all here, Dagon said, and rushed into Maki, Noritoshi, and Megumi, who finally caught up to Dagon. Any plan? Noritoshi asked as Dagon charged at them. Not besides hitting him hard, Megumi said, and took out another curse weapon from his shadow and tossed it to Maki. Where is Playful Cloud? Yuta have it. He liked the weapon, didn't he? Yeah, it's like it's made for him, Maki replied with a little smirk. She never liked the weapon because it wasn't her type and who used to use it. But it fits perfectly with Yuta. Have any more powerful weapons like that for this guy here? Unfortunately, no. I see. Well, it was worth asking. The fight between Dagon and the other students was interesting. Dagon was no doubt strong. But they didn't realize just how strong until Yuta wasn't present there anymore. Yuta was covering for them all previously, but now that they had to face Dagon alone, it was quickly turning out a bad idea for them. Megumi took out another weapon for Maki. She didn't have any after she gave Playful Cloud to Yuta. Tossing a staff at her, both of them rush at Dagon with all their speed. Noritoshi was also there, and he too was helping. The only problem was that this wasn't anything new than what they were doing earlier. And earlier too, they were getting their ass kicked by the cursed spirit. Maki swung her staff, but Dagon didn't even bother to evade the attack. His hard skin stopped the attack for him. Megumin's sword was at least better in this reward, as Dagon at least had to dodge that sharp blade which obviously was getting enhanced by curse energy from Megumi. But even if the attack connected, the slight damage Megumi did was nothing to be happy about. Knowing that he was the problem right now, mainly his physical power, he tossed his black sword to Maki, someone far superior to him when it came to both weapon wielding and raw strength, while he turned on using what he was good at, his ace. No, not suicide. He formed a hand sigh to bring forth his strongest spirit which he had, which for the time being was the divine dog, which was fused to its other counterpart, making a huge gray wolf, divine dog totality. Maki, knowing what Megumi was trying to do, covered him by rushing at Dagon with a black sword in her hand and slashing at his torso. Dagon jumped back and manipulated the water of the river to form a wave and then threw at Maki, washing her away. But that worked out, as just after that, Megumi's wolf rushed at Dagon. Dagon, only by seeing the Shikigami, could tell that this wolf was more dangerous. He wanted to dodge back, but that was the same time something wrapped around him. Looking down, he saw he was blinded by a blood net. It was Noritoshi's doing. Wolf attacks right at Dagon's chest, this time actually doing real damage, and Dagon isn't able to do anything this time, as he is captured in Noritoshi's blood chain. But then things went bad for the students. Dagon, who wasn't going all out all this time, now finally had enough. He was, as said before, was here to only kill one person. Otherwise, he just planned to waste time and distract others. But seeing how he getting overwhelmed, he can't hold back anymore. Curse energy suddenly burst out of Dagon, and the blood net which was holding him back burst open. Another attack, which was coming towards him from the wolf, was stopped by him with a sharp jet of water, and he jumped back. But that wasn't it. Suddenly his stomach enlarged, and from his stomach came out a long sea snake, which was nothing less than a monster. Grabbing the wolf and drag him back, Maki, with the sword in her hand, dashed forward. Knowing that currently that wolf was the only way to actually hurt Dagon, she planned to help him by cutting down the snake. But Dagon was having none of that. Dagon again manipulated the river water and created a tornado. Unlike his fight in the anime, when he fights inside the station underground with the sorcerers, here he had water to actually use for him, an element which he could mold for his purpose. This was a good thing and a bad thing. Good because he wasn't pushing so hard that he outright used his domain expansion. This kind of saved the students, but bad, as the presence of water there was making things harder for the students. Noritoshi tried to help with using his blood manipulation, but he couldn't do anything. But that was when suddenly Dagon stopped. He felt something. He turned his head to where Mahito was fighting Yuta. He felt something. He knew that something was going on with Mahito and Yuta there. This little pause by Dagon gave others enough time to take a step back and breathe. Major quest, Soul of the Devil. Main quest, beat Mahito. Reward. Yuta, seeing this, smirked. Golden lighting sparked around Yuta as he activated both OFA and RCT at the same time. Yuta knew that he couldn't go beyond 10% of his current OFA level or things would get messy. To make sure that he could maintain this balance, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. The best part about his left EMS is that it gives him excellent control over his own powers, meaning that he can accurately maintain both his RCT and OFA at the same level. Boom. Another good thing about his left eye is that with this excellent usage of his powers comes efficiency, which increases his overall power. Not at all as significant as King's Engine, which gives 50% in all power stages, but it's still significant. RCT and OFA fusion, 10%. Yuta smiled as he felt the power was under his control and was even transmitted to his new weapon. He didn't even bother to start King's engine or use EMS buff right now. He wanted to see how much he could do with just pure fusion of both RCT and OFA with his new weapon. Crackle! Though it was weak at only 10% output, but Mahito, who was smiling earlier, was frowning. Suddenly, he felt that he was in danger. Up to this point, he never believed that any physical attack could harm him. His technique was too good for that, but right now, his instincts were telling him that he needed to be careful. That even his soul could be damaged if those golden sparks come in contact with him. Oh, seems like you understand something. Mind sharing? I too have to say that I don't understand my own technique so well. But hey, I don't give shit. As long as it kicks your ass, I am game. Yuta grinned, and he launched himself at Mahito. Though it was only 10% of OFA body enhancement, but still it was very potent. Even without being able to use Soru, which he can only use at 15% or higher level, he was fast enough to catch Mahito off guard for a second. Not having enough time to dodge the upcoming playful cloud tangle with that dangerous golden lightning, he couldn't do anything but block the attack with his arms. Boom! The next second, Mahito was sent flying as a sharp pain ran inside him. It was something else entirely. Others might not understand, but his wasn't only the pain inflicted to the body, but also the soul. Mahito's eyes widened. Both of his hands were broken, and he was sent crashing into the nearest building, making a crater in the wall. He dropped down then from the wall, barely being able to stand as he noticed that his hands were in pain. Though he felt that he could heal his hands with his technique, but something was different this time. This time, while fixing his hands, he could feel the pain. A pain that originated from his soul. Did it work? Yuta, having no idea whether his technique would work on someone with soul powers, keenly observes Mahito. And after seeing no smile coming to Mahito's face as he heals his hand back, Yuta smiles. Not just because his technique worked, still not sure why or how, but it worked, and that all matters. But more than that, there was also the fact that Mahito for the first time was making a face which expressed pain. What did you do? Now Mahito was serious. He looked a little desperate as a painful expression was on his face. Who knows? I too know the same damn thing, but have no clue, Yuta replied, but there was still a smirk on his face. As soon as he was done replying, he again almost vanished from his place, rushing at Mahito. Mahito, on the other than seeing, didn't panic. He now knew that he couldn't get hit, but the same is the case with Yuta. His technique works on Yuta, though he's not sure how the boy stopped it, but how long he can do it. So now it's back to who will hit the opponent more wins. Mahito quickly transformed his hands into a blade and blocked the weapon on Yuta's hand. Thump! Mahito thought this time was more prepared, but still was staggered back with the pure power Yuta attacked him. Playful Cloud was enhancing the power of the blows. But more than anything, even after forming a sword out of his hand, he felt that his hand was damaged. On contact, that golden light swept inside his hand, and it damaged the hand from within. Mahito gritted his teeth at this. Out of all things, the one thing he wasn't expecting was that he would be in a situation where he had a problem dodging others' attacks. Yuta didn't give even a second worth of breathing time to the curse. He immediately followed with a follow-up attack by swinging his weapons. Mahito at the last second dodged the attack. Just then Yuta felt his instincts calling out for him for danger. Mahito, after dodging, extended his hair into a whip and attacked Yuta. It was almost a point-blank attack. Unfortunately for him, after one sneak attack, Yuta wasn't in the mood to fall for another. Instead of dodging back, he brought forth his playful cloud and swung it at the coming whip. His Sharingan gives him an excellent dynamic view of all areas. There was no point in attacking the hair whip, but what Mahito wasn't expecting was that Yuta would instead use the nunchuck to wrap around the hair and entangle it, trapping Mahito's hair with his weapon there. Got ya! Yuta, with all this power tug and Mahito's wide eyes, was dragged towards Yuta. Hope this works with both RCT and OFA active. Yuta hoped, but still had his Sharingan ready just in case. He formed a punch with OFA and RCT entangled as golden lightning moved around his hand. 10% overdrive SMAs. Things weren't looking good for the students as Maki Megumi and Noritoshi were struggling against Dagon by now. The worst part about this was the presence of a river there. This was the biggest hurdle for them. Right now, they just wanted to walk up to Yuta and beat him up for throwing Dagon near the river. After sending unusual power coming from where Mahito was fighting Yuta, Dagon in particular was feeling uneasy. Though he fully believed that Mahito could easily beat that human, but still he felt like that. He still refrained from using his domain. The biggest reason might be because he didn't want to attract attention from Gojo Satoru, who definitely was right outside that huge curtain. That was certainly strong, but not strong enough to contain Satoru Gojo if he went all out. He rushed at Maki and punched her. Noritoshi tried to help, but a water whip blocked him easily. Dagon, after fighting a little bit with others, understood their fighting style and weakness. Maki didn't have any curse energy. Only a little bit, which was pointless against him. Her only way to exorcise curses was curse weapons imbued with curse energy. Dagon figured this out long ago and also realized that with a good weapon in her hands, she is not the real danger here. This was true, as although Maki was currently using Megumi's black sword, but it wasn't enough to significantly damage Dagon. Noritoshi, on the other hand, was the same. Any other cursed spirit might be a good match for him. Even someone like Mahito or Jogo, but not Dagon. His blood manipulation was useless against all the water Dagon was throwing around. The blood of the Kumo clan members who can use blood manipulation is powerful, but the ability has one flaw. It easily dissolves in water, and Dagon understood this fact and took advantage. So the only one who he was getting a real fight against was none other than Megumi. Or to be exact, his gray wolf. That wolf was strong enough to seriously injure him, and so he wanted to kill that one first. The only problem was, after this much fighting, he wasn't the only one who started to understand their powers and fighting style. They were the same, though still getting overwhelmed by him, but they were learning his technique and predicting his movements, covering for each other like Yuta was doing before them. But finally, Noritoshi got a move in. With a little opening, he planned to use his blood manipulation to use blood compression, one of the strongest moves in his arsenal. And fortunately for him, it ended up connecting, as Dagon was too entangled right now with the wolf. Unfortunately for him, though, Dagon after that got angry and threw the wolf again at the expense of a little more injury, which he can heal anytime anyway. He then rushes at Noritoshi with all his power, punching him and breaking several bones in the process. Of course, others try to stop, but Dagon just took the damage. He didn't care that much considering he can heal with reverse curse energy. Mekin tried to stop the curse, but Noritoshi was done for that attack. But Dagon wasn't done with that. He next snaps at Maki. Seeing this, the wolf moves, but again Dagon traps the wolf under a water wave. Maki, seeing this, was wide eyes. Even Megumi, seeing this, was planning to break out with another spirit. But that was when suddenly Maki, who was standing in front of Dagon, almost on the verge of getting attacked by Dagon, got replaced with a pink-haired boy. Boom! Dagon was sent back with one punch, while Maki found herself standing beside Tadu. Sorry we are late, but now leave things to me and my brother, Tadu said with a smile as he pointed at Yuji, who too took a fighting pose, confirming that he was ready to fight. Yuta was pretty much overwhelming Mahito at this point. Nothing that Mahito did was working against Yuta. His entire gig was that others couldn't touch him nor can hurt him with pure physical attacks, which was completely useless against Yuta, who wasn't only able to touch him with his RCT and OFA infused together, with or without Playful Cloud at this point, but he was able to hurt him. Smash! Yuta shouted as he once again sent Mahito flying towards a wall, continuing his own onslaught. Mahito's regeneration by this point has been so weakened that he couldn't even properly heal his broken limbs. Mahito again went right at the wall and slumped down. Yuta grinned and once again was ready to attack, dashing forward but only to see something else Mahito doing. Yuta, who was just a little away from Mahito, rushing at him at full speed, suddenly felt a danger coming to him. His instincts call out for him, stating danger. The smirk on his face deflated. A feeling of dread quickly spread inside him when he saw just how hard his instincts were calling out for him to dodge whatever was coming at him. Then his Sharingan captured a sudden movement from Mahito. Yuta already stopped his movement and was ready to make distance from the curse, but what happened next made him finally understand why his instincts were going haywire. This happened because Mahito opened his mouth suddenly and miniature hands formed inside his mouth and formed particular hand side. Fuck, he is using the domain. Yuta quickly turned around, but it was too late. He could already sense the space of domain forming around him. Shit. Yuta, with all his power, rushed out, but at the speed, the wall of the domain was constructing around him. It was making him tense. This way I won't make it. He pushed himself with all his power, but he was too slow to outrun a domain expansion. Seeing there was no way to out, he kept on running while also getting ready to rewind time if needed. RCT and OFA were still on. He saw a small gap was only left by the time he was at the edge of the domain. MHA. He pushed all of his power to rush outside, and then something happened. Something which even he didn't understand, but at that time he didn't care. Zoom. The next second, he was outside the domain before it closed. Huff, huff, huff. Yuta took a long breath and looked behind, making sure that he was outside the domain finally. But what he saw both shocked him and confused him at the same time. Mahito didn't understand what happened. At first thought that he would kill the human effortlessly, but it turned out that the human who killed Hanami was much stronger than he anticipated. Jogo said that the human had no curse energy, but he had a very powerful physics. So strong that even Hanami wasn't able to keep up with his healing. That was the only reason why Mahito decided to come here and fight him. Because normal physical attacks, or even attacks infused with curse energy, can't hurt him. Not until someone had a way to significantly damage his body in one attack, or completely erase him, or to damage his soul altogether. But in all this time, Mahito has not found many who can do that, so it was natural for him to believe after hearing from Jogo that Yuta Hiro, the boy who killed Hanami, has no curse energy to have no way to have him. He was wrong, every wrong. The boy had curse energy. It was reverse curse energy, surprisingly, but still he had curse energy. But that didn't matter here. What mattered the most was that his curse technique was able to touch him and even damage his soul. This was the biggest problem. Not to mention the boy was able to stop the transformation of his own soul. How is that even possible? What kind of curse technique does he has? Mahito tried his best, but the boy was really strong. That golden lightning from his body was deadly for him, and this was the first time Mahito was in the short end of dodging opponents' attacks. To one point, he just wanted to run away, but he couldn't do that because the boy wouldn't let him. He was fast, and more than that, his movements were unhuman. That was the first time when Mahito had taken so much damage. So much, so that he finally broke through his own limit at the time of danger to his life. A domain. He did it. His domain expansion, the self-embodiment of perfection was, well, perfect. But then something happened. By the time he completely his domain, he felt that he was alone in his domain. The boy wasn't in there anymore. Mahito, who was crazy with his own development, happy, had a giant grin forming in his face, looking around him and upon not finding his target frown. How did he escape? Mahito internally shouted to himself, angry that he wasn't able to use his newly formed domain for the first time. It would be wrong to say that Mahito was confused because the person who was the most confused right now was none other than Yuta. He stood outside Mahito's domain, thinking about what just happened right now. Seeing the domain still holding up and his senses not giving him any signs of danger, he didn't make any move. What happened was surprising. He never believes that he will be able to dodge that domain expansion. But he did. But what was more shocking to him was how he did that. When he looked back at Mahito's domain, he saw that the small gap in which he passed was still there, open until he reaches outside. Only later that it again started to move and close completely. This wasn't the time to think about why something strange like that happened. Yuta knew that, but what happened just now suddenly put a thought into his head, something that almost stops his brain from working. Maybe it's not OFA which is powering RCT, but the other way around. He muttered. What happened just suddenly put an idea inside his mind that almost made him pause in his place. I have to check this out, Yuta suddenly said with resolve. Finally, he had an idea of what exactly his curse technique was and how it worked. So Yuta waited until Mahito removed his domain and came out on his own. As soon as Mahito came out, he looked at Yuta, who was standing outside of his domain all this time with a plain face. Surprisingly, there was no expression on his face anymore. Both Mahito and Yuta stood there, not saying anything, until Mahito rushed at Yuta. Right now he knew that there was only one attack in his arsenal which could beat Yuta, and that was his domain expansion. Every person has a limit on how many times they can use domain expansion in a day. Mahito had only one left. He just opened his domain and has not mastered it yet, meaning even doing it again was very taxing on him. So this time Mahito wanted to make sure that he got Yuta in his domain and that he couldn't escape before its form. Yuta, on the other hand, just stood in his place, still thinking something. He did see Mahito coming at him with his Sharingan, but he didn't move. Will it work? There is no way but to try here and now. If it did, though, then I finally have figured out my curse technique. Yuta was still muttering as he saw Mahito coming at him. Hero time, 1 hour, 46 minutes. He only checks the remaining hero time he has left just in case. Narrowing his eyes, he again looked at Mahito, who was only an arm's length from him. He didn't even bother to open his use OFA anymore. Only look at Mahito with his EMS spinning rapidly. But RCT was still working inside him. His left eye was masterfully handling his RCT. Mahito, seeing that Yuta not moving, increased his speed. His hand turned into a long sword and pierced Yuta's head. Zoop! The sword went through directly, but the only problem was that there was no resistance at all, only to see that Yuta dodged the attack by a hair length. But how? Mahito's eyes widened. He didn't see Yuta dodging. Not at all. Yuta didn't even bother looking at Mahito's stunned face. He looked back to his hero time. Hero time, 1 hour, 45 minutes. Another attack came from Mahito as he swung his hand towards Yuta. Swoop! But yet again, Mahito didn't feel like cutting anything besides air. He saw Yuta dodge the attack by ducking. But the only thing is that this time, too, he didn't see him moving. Finally, the calm face of Mahito broke. He had no idea what was going on here. He didn't care either. He once again opens his mouth to perform his domain expansion. He was close enough anyway that no one could dodge his domain. Yuta's seeing narrows his eyes. And the next second, Mahito, who was very close to opening his domain, suddenly felt an impact on his stomach. Boom! And the next second, he was sent flying. Yuta, seeing Mahito flying out with his punch, had a smile. I finally got it. My curse technique. Reverse curse technique, huh? You confusing piece of sure. Yuta POV. When I first got this system, it didn't have any particular name. But later on, it took the name of Hero Time. Strange how that happened when I gave it the name of Hero Time after knowing how much I can the given power I have. It was clear that the system just outright took the name which I assigned to it. Knowingly or unknowingly that happened. That was the same case when it came to the reverse curse technique. It just took what I consider the reverse curse technique. Technically, if this was a copy of Shoko's powers, then I should have been able to use healing powers, and that's it, right? But no, the powers I got are way different. My entire curse energy, which my body produces, reversed in nature. Now my body just outright generates healing energy, which is reverse curse technique to many. But not for me. This is a huge problem with people here and terminology. RCT is not exactly healing. It's just reversing the nature of the curse energy. RCT of normal curse energy heals because of normal curse energy damage. I knew that RCT isn't exactly healing, but when 99 people think otherwise, one individual just has to use their terms to even communicate. Sigh. RCT mean reversing the nature of curse energy. Like exactly how its name, reverse curse energy. When Gojo used red, he is using RCT, but he is reversing the nature of his blue power. This is what RCT means. And so it was happening to me till now. That's why I was so fucking confused, and that's why I wasn't able to understand what the hell was going on. I copy my OFA from All Might, meaning at this point, it's no longer that original stockpiler Quirk anymore. It's just a copy of what All Might was capable of. Just like my RCT is a copy of what Shoko is capable of, reversing curse energy. All Might OFA only do one thing, and one thing alone. Make him stronger. When Gojo was hit with my combination of RCT and OFA, he said that he felt weakened. Why are you smiling? You think that I am defeated. Mahito roared as he charged at Yuta again. I didn't care what others do or think I don't give two shits about it at this point, because I can't help but wonder how things work in my life. Normally, my right EMS should rewind time, like how Madara was able to do in that game. But Mahito's leg turned into a long whip with blades attached to it. Only when the blade was only a little away from me, I did do what I had been doing all this time. With RCT active, I rewind time with EMS. Did it rewind time? Nope. I saw the upcoming attack slow down to the point that it almost stopped moving. A smirk appeared on my face, how it couldn't, as I slowly shifted my position, and the next second, like someone hit the resume button again, the time flowed again in normal time. The attack zoomed past above my head, leaving Mahito going again, as he didn't even realize what happened. Just like me, when I didn't realize what was happening. But I do now. OFA should make me stronger. What is the reverse of that? Make things weaker. My EMS rewind time should do what it says. Rewind time. What is the reverse of that? Only now that I realized why it's important to maintain a balance. Why I was getting weakened if I messed up the output. That was the reason. Now it makes all the sense. While OFA internally makes me stronger, if the balance is not maintained, then the reverse curse energy, which reverses OFA, will affect me as well. To make it work, I need to maintain the reverse effect only outside my body, so others get affected by that reverse power and not me. And to do that, I have to maintain a balance between OFA and RCT. Currently, my 100% RCT output is only equal to 10% OFA. That is why I can only use both RCT and OFA together with only 10% output. Of course, with King's Engine, I can improve it, but not that much. And yet, I found a smile on my face. It felt like I had solved the biggest mystery of my life besides who my parents were. And all this happened just because I accidentally put RCT in EMS to skip time instead of rewind it. Mahito gritted his teeth, but didn't give up. Once again, he was ready to open his domain. Seeing this, I suddenly had a thought. A smile wider than before appeared on my face as I saw Mahito open his mouth and a hand form in his mouth. Fine, let's do this. I got ready, as golden lightning appeared all over me. Dum 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 dum. My excitement started the King's Engine. Self-embodiment of perfection, Mahito shouted, and then the domain around him appeared, engulfing him. Yuta, who was ready to attack again, came back to his normal self, even stopping both RCT and OFA. After establishing the domain and seeing me trapped inside it, a smile appeared on his face. Sigh, fool. You don't even know that you are already dead. Nanny. And the next second, the domain, which didn't even stand still for 1 second, cracked and collapsed. Boom. It shattered into many small fragments as all the blood drained from Mahito's face. He slowly looks down, only to see many holes in his torso. And the next moment he fell down, not even knowing what exactly happened. I raised my hand up, seeing purple blood at the index finger of both my hands. A little name is in order finally. How about reverse 1 for all? So that was my very first. Time skip, Rofa 15% overdrive. Finger pistol Gatling. A mouthful, but who cares? Certainly not Mahito, who died in the future. Gosh, I love this system. POV end. Yuta was happy, but he didn't lose his focus. Even after finally understanding his long, mysterious curse technique, still stayed vigilant. This was the reason why he was able to take action and dodge a cursed spirit rushing at him in the nick of a moment. Though the majority of the credit for this fast reaction goes to his spider sense still, he looks at the giant curse spirit, which looks like a white dragon with yellow eyes, and the person sitting on top of that. The man had long black hair with a stitch mark going across the forehead. Wearing traditional black clothing, looking down on Yuta. The hell? I just completed one fight. Why he is here now? Yuta couldn't help but curse internally. Though he didn't realize who this person was with the way his spider sense was tingling, he knew that this person was even more troublesome. You are an enigma, Hero Yuta, said the man with a handsome face, though he wasn't looking good at this point. I'll take that as a compliment. And you are? Yuta asked with confusion on his face. This person had powerful curse energy, but he couldn't sense that this was another curse, meaning a curse user. Why the curse user are working with curses? Yuta pondered, but didn't have much time when he suddenly felt the pressure on him increasing. He felt that the pressure around him was increasing, pressing him down to the ground like the gravity had increased. This made Yuta stagger a little, but he immediately activated OFA to strengthen himself and regain his balance. So that is your curse energy? Gravity control. Mind telling me why you are here and where I can get a dragon like yours? Yuta asked as he was ready to use his time skip to beat the shit out of the man in front of him. Suguru, or to be more exact, Kinjaku, obviously didn't care about what Yuta asked him and outright ignored that one dragon joke. Instead, he asked this. Maybe if Yuta-kun explains what you did to him, Kinjaku said as he looked at Mahito, who was almost near the dead door. Beat the shit out of him. What else? Yuta simply replies, not planning to tell his powers to this obviously villain-looking person. And with that said, he was ready to attack, but that's when the veil covering the sky finally tore apart. Oh, seems like it wasn't able to hold him back after all. Kinjaku muttered and then smiled. We'll meet you later, Yuta-kun. I'm sure that our paths are connected one way or another. Kinjaku said, and the next moment the white dragon was standing in charge at Yuta while he himself jumped down. Ah, I was so limited previously, not anymore. Yuta smiled. He had to hold back his OFA at only 10% previously, but not anymore. He immediately shot up his OFA to 50% with the help of EMS buff. Looking at the giant white dragon coming at him, he felt like he was Hulk in New York, facing a mothership. Hulk smash! Yuta shouted as blue lighting crackled hard around him, while his hair turned blue with blue irises, and he punched with so much power that the air pressure shifted at that moment. Boom! The next moment, the giant dragon, which was torn apart, with sheer power or physical force. But it didn't end there at all. The powerful punch created a rift in the entire place, making a ditch in the pathway. Now that's what I'm talking about. Holding back power just to use RCT is boring. Yuta exclaims with a little excitement, but then suddenly his eyes widen. Shit, where's Mahito? Kinjaku can only hope that Gojo didn't notice him in that small time. The curtain broke, and he ran away. He was very fast at running away back there. He would have never come here if it wasn't for Mahito. Mahito is, after all, a very important part of his plan. Mahito was never supposed to come here just like him, but this idiot ended up following Dagon to avenge Hanami. If Gojo notices him and learns that his friend's body has been taken hostage by someone, all of his plans will be rendered useless. Damn it, why things are getting out of hand. This idiot, I should just absorb him right here and now. Kinjaku can't help but shout. He might have acted all calm in front of Yuta, but he was anxious. He wanted to take Mahito and get out of there as soon as possible. But there was something which was telling him that if he moved, then he would be the one first to get hit. His centuries-worth instincts were able to tell him that there was no way that he could face and kill the source of all his problems before Gojo found him. This was the only reason he had to sacrifice his best spirit. That was the only this he could have done. And yet he was nervous, because he knew that those 6 eyes can see everything. But even if now that he was able to bring back Mahito, things are not easy for him. That boy Yuta Hero was able to see him. That is the most problematic thing. That is why he wanted to kill Yuta, but didn't have enough time. By his description alone, Satoru Gojo can tell who exactly he is. Kinjaku can't help but grit his teeth, even the one on his brain. Gojo, when he broke the curtain, saw something strange. For a second, he saw a figure very familiar to him. That almost paused him, and he questioned what he had just seen. He turned back to see again, but the figure was gone. Yuta punched that giant dragon, which Gojo certainly recognized by look, but the next second that dragon was gone, exploding almost thanks to Yuta's punch. making Gojo again question what he saw. His brain was telling him that the man was dead, but his heart was telling him something else entirely. He can't say, he dare not. So he just wanted to go to Yuta and ask him. Yuta faced the man he must know. But before, Gojo turns to another curse, giving his dear little students a tough time. He saw Maki, Yuji, Tadu, and others facing Dagon. Let's handle this first. Yuta, seeing this mojito getting rescued right in front of his eyes, just blinked, cursing internally as he complains. How the hell did that man take mojito away that fast? Even my man Gekyo didn't see him getting out of there. Just how is that possible? Yuta wanted to shout, but couldn't, because before he even processed things, he saw this notification. Major quest, Soul of the Devil complete. Main quest, beat mojito. Reward, plus 20 minutes of hero time. Well, that was nice. At this point, I need HT more than some other kind of hero power anyway. Congratulations on completing the first goal in JJK World. Host successfully learned about his curse technique and has become a jujitsu sorcerer. Just like the main world, the flow of time gets slowed down when Host is not in this world. A month equals 1 day. Seeing this Yuta blink, he knew that there was something which was keeping him here. So was this. He had to master his own power. Do Host want to continue in this world? Reminder to Host that Host can't go back until the next objective is completed if Host chooses to do so. Hearing this, Yuta pause. Another objective? How long will that take to completely? I am here for 3 months at this point, meaning 3 days in MHA world. Any more than I might be in trouble. He news of Yuta's victory over All for One and the destruction it caused spread like wildfire across Japan. The heroic feat captured the nation's imagination, as Dynamic's name was on everyone's lips. The professional heroes, students of Class 1A and 1B, and even the Big Three had their own thoughts and feelings about what Yuta had accomplished. In fact, even if they didn't, they had to say something, as media was relentless in their pursuit. Professional heroes' reactions. All Might Yuta, he's done something truly remarkable. I've seen his potential, but this is beyond what I could have imagined. That boy, he has the heart of a hero. I knew it when the first time I saw him. All Might means every word of his. He really does believe that Yuta can replace him as the symbol of peace. Both he and Izuku are the ones he has acknowledged. Endeavor, impressive. The boy's power is extraordinary, but he needs to learn control. We can't have heroes causing that much collateral damage. The villains did far less damage than that rookie. Endeavor was, of course, not that happy. He wanted Shota to be in the position where Yuta was right now. Best Genist. I was there. That villain could have killed me if it wasn't for Dynamic. He might be a kid, but to me, he is already a hero. Best Genist too long intended to talk with Yuta and thank him for saving him, but unfortunately, the security around Yuta was super tight. No one was supposed to go close to him. Hawks, Dynamic, a game changer. He's young, powerful, and has the spirit of a true hero. The fans love him. The kid got spunk for sure. Class 1A reactions. Izuku, Midoriya. Yuta's incredible. He's shown us all what it means to be a hero. He took action and saved others when I couldn't even move to save my own life. I have a long way to go. I need to keep pushing myself to reach his level. Deku was more self-laminating here about his last performance against All for One. Katsuki Bakugo, that damn smartass. He thinks that he is strong. Bring in here. I will let him know that I didn't need saving. You hear me, Yuta? Being your lazy ass here and fight him. Sorry for that. Next student, please. Big Three reactions. Mirio Togata. Yuta's a powerhouse. We both learn under Sir Naitai, and it was clear to me from that day that Yuta will become a very impressive hero. I, as his senior, can't stay back after this. I will work hard to reach his level. Fan reactions. The public was in awe of Dynamic. His name was on everyone's lips, and social media was flooded with posts praising his heroism. Fans gathered outside the hospital, hoping to catch a glimpse of their new hero. Fan 1. Dynamic is incredible. He took down All for One. I can't believe it. He's my new favorite hero. Fan 2. He's a true hero. The way he fought, Gosh, that beat is still making my heart pounce. The power he showed. I too want my heart to beat like that. Fan 3, 500 Gatling, dynamic kick. I want to be just like dynamic. Save everyone with a smile and a badass entrance. I want to shout like him. This is my peak. The air was thick with tension as Shigaraki Tamura and his group entered the dimly lit underground meeting room where Overhaul and his cronies awaited. The atmosphere was oppressive, with a palpable sense of hostility hanging in the air. Shigaraki's cold eyes met Overhaul's gaze. Overhaul was wearing his signature plague doctor mask and leaned back in his chair. "What do you want, Shigaraki?" he asked, with his tone not friendly at all. Shigaraki didn't mince words. "I want to make a deal with you regarding the Quirk erasing drug." Shigaraki was direct with his tone. After the death of All for One, he had changed a lot. In the anime, this wasn't the case at all. At least Shigaraki knew that AFO was alive and All Might is no longer a hero. But no, things were different. Shigaraki have grown quite a bit by now. Overhaul's eyes narrowed behind his mask. "And why would I want to make a deal with you?" Shigaraki smirked, his fingers twitching as if itching to decay something. "Because you know that the heroes will be after you. They're already investigating your drugs. It's not long before they will go after you. And do you really think that you alone can stop both All Might and that kid?" Overhaul's expression didn't change, but there was a flicker of hesitation there. "Kid? Yeah," Shigaraki continued, "the one who killed All for One. He's a threat to both of us. You need allies if you want to survive, and I can provide that. But I need the drug." Shigaraki talks about Yuta with venom in his voice. Overhaul crossed his arms, considering Shigaraki's words. "Even if I agree, what makes you think I'll just hand over the drug to you?" Shigaraki's smirk widened. "Because you don't have much of a choice. The heroes will come for you, and when they do, you'll need every bit of help you can get. You don't have the luxury of turning down potential allies." There was a long silence as Overhaul weighed his options. Shigaraki's group stood ready, their eyes flicking between the two leaders. Finally, Overhaul sighed, a sign of reluctant agreement. Maybe he would have never done something like this earlier, but even he knew what Dynamic did in that war. That kid shook the entire country. So much so that even All Might's retirement was not enough of news for the news to stop posting that boy's image all around the country. "Fine," Overhaul said, "but this doesn't mean I trust you. I'll give you the drug, but if you betray us, you'll regret it." Shigaraki didn't care about the Overhaul's threat. Only a satisfactory gleam was in his eyes. "Deal." Now, let's talk about the details. As the two groups began to discuss terms, the atmosphere remained charged with tension. Overhaul's men were clearly wary of Shigaraki's group, and vice versa. Despite the uneasy alliance, the potential power of the Quirk erasing drug was too great for either side to ignore. Shigaraki's eyes glinted with a dangerous light as the conversation continued. "You know," he said, almost casually, "I've got a score to settle with All Might and that kid. All Might is one thing, but that kid, he killed my master. He is mine," Shigaraki said, making clear that he will be the one to kill Yuta. Overhaul glanced at Shigaraki, sensing the intense hatred behind his words. "Do whatever you want, but don't come in my way or I will kill you." Shigaraki nodded, his expression darkening. "All for One was like a father to me, and Yuta took him away. I won't rest until both he and All Might are dead." Overhaul just said one thing before ending the meeting. "Don't you dare betray me. Otherwise, you're going to regret it, Shigaraki." Shigaraki's smile was cold and ruthless. "Don't worry, I have no intention of doing that." The meeting ended with the terms agreed upon. And unknown to all this, Yuta, who just come back to the MHA world, opened his eyes. Seeing the familiar ceiling of the hospital, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Home sweet home. The city was in chaos. High-end Nomu Hood was wreaking havoc, flying around and destroying buildings with immense strength. It was strange how, just a second ago, everything was silent, and the next second, all hell broke loose. The streets were filled with the sound of crumbling concrete and the cries of terrified civilians. Nomu wasn't alone. He commanded other Nomu to spread destruction across the city, creating utter pandemonium. In the midst of this chaos, two figures made their way to a hospital as a portal opened, connecting two places through a space-time loop. Disguised by the destruction, Shigaraki and Kirojiri slipped inside, their goal clear. They were searching for a certain someone to kill. But despite searching every corner of the hospital, they couldn't find him. Frustration etched across Shigaraki's face, and Kirojiri's calm demeanor began to show signs of impatience. "Where is he?" The report was wrong. "What's going on?" Shigaraki almost shouted as he started to itch all around while looking at Kirojiri. "He was supposed to be here? I'm sure the report wasn't wrong." Kirojiri replied with confusion on his face. Outside, the battle between Endeavor, the current #1 hero, and the high-end Nomu raged on. Apparently, Endeavor was the first one to rush up to confront the villain, quite eager to be honest. After all, he has to show that he is the #1 hero now. Endeavor's flames roared with intensity as he launched powerful attacks at Nomu, but none of them seemed to have any effect. Nomu's regeneration and strength were overwhelming. Every time Endeavor landed a blow, Nomu quickly recovered, his body mending almost instantly. The Nomu was attacked mindlessly, but by no means that he was as like those other stupid Nomu. It was smart and slowly was adapting to Endeavor attacks and fighting powers. Endeavor gritted his teeth, pushing himself harder. He unleashed wave after wave of fire, each hotter than the last. "I won't let you destroy this city," he shouted, determination burning in his eyes. But no matter how intense his flames grew, Nomu seemed impervious. The Nomu's resilience was staggering. The city's skyline was illuminated by the clash of fire and brute force. Buildings crumbled under the weight of their battle, and the air was thick with smoke and debris. Civilians watched in horror, hoping that Endeavor could somehow turn the tide. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Shigaraki and Kirojiri's search grew more frantic. They checked room after room, but Yuta was nowhere to be found. "We're running out of time, Shigaraki," Kirojiri warned, his voice a low rumble. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed. "He's here somewhere. Keep looking," Shigaraki shouted frantically. As Endeavor continued his battle, he realized he needed to try something different. He still had one card under his belt, his most powerful move. But that will damage the city too much. He can't use that here in the middle of the city. But besides that, he just doesn't see any other way to kill this villain. Nomu lunged at Endeavor, his massive fist crashing into the hero's side and sending him flying through the air. Endeavor slammed into a building, the impact creating a cloud of dust and debris. Pain shot through his body, but he forced himself to stand. He didn't want to admit this, but he could use help just about now. But the problem is that there's almost no powerful hero around here who can help him in this area, and he'd rather die over asking for help from All Might. Back inside the hospital, Shigaraki and Kirojiri had reached the end of their patience. "He's not here," Kirojiri said, his tone final. Shigaraki clenched his fists, frustration boiling over. "We'll find him. He is definitely hiding somewhere around here. We are out of time, Shigaraki. The boy is not here." Kirojiri was firm with his tone. He didn't want to stick around here anymore. That was dangerous. His firm tone didn't give any other way for Shigaraki to refute. He just had to leave without even so much so seeing his target. As they prepared to leave, they could hear the distant sounds of the battle between Endeavor and Nomu. The city was still in peril, but their mission was a failure. Shigaraki's mind raced with thoughts of their next move, already planning how they would locate Yuta. Outside, Endeavor struggled to his feet. The Nomu was punching him down hard, sending him crashing to the floor as he slashed at the highway while breaking some of his bones. A groan came out of his as he saw the Nomu rushing at him with another attack ready. The Nomu was still burning due to Endeavor's fire, but still, he was able to launch an attack powerful enough to beat Endeavor. And yes, he was no All Might, but still Endeavor was still powerful on his own right. Seeing the Nomu coming at him, Endeavor gritted his teeth and got ready. But just when the attack was about to connect, he saw a figure appearing in front of him. Boom! After coming back to the MHA world, Yuta again found himself in the same hospital room he previously was in. The first thing he did was to check the date. "Almost 4 days, huh? exactly how the system said, Yuta muttered under his breath as he did the calculation on how much time he spent in the JJK world and how much time passed here in the MHA world. According to the system, around 1 day passed in other worlds when he spent around a month in any world. But according to him, it's close to 24 days for a day in another world. He spent around 3 months in the JJK world, and here almost 4 days passed. So, it kind of makes sense. For how come others never realized that he went away from here? Simply, he just put the doctor and the nurses under Jinjutsu before going to the JJK world. There should still be some days before they give me release from here. Yeah, right. There's no way in hell I'm shitting my ass here. I got an angry girlfriend to meet and asses to kick. Yuta smirked as he got up from the bed and put on his clothes after taking them out of his system storage. He also saw that he still had the playful cloud, just in case otherwise Maki would kill him. After that, he opened the window, and upon seeing that he was actually on the 6th floor, he couldn't help but smirk. To the freedom. Fuck it. Yuta, just after getting out of the hospital, realized that his condition in this world was no longer an ordinary student. The moment he landed back on the ground, people started to recognize him, to the point that even followed him. Sigh. He had to run away from him. The situation was so bad that he was afraid of even entering a restaurant because of how much chaos people ended up making under just a few minutes of recognizing him. But that wasn't even the worst part. He found that the day he came here was the exact day the city got attacked by a mutated version of Nomu, seems to working on steroids. And then this. He saw behind him, Endeavor looking at him in disbelief, blood oozing out of him, and almost the entire place was burning, no doubt because of this idiot's fire. Growl. He felt his stomach growling. He was hungry as fuck. He looks at back the Nomu, who he just punched away, and can't help but put all the blame on the innocent-looking black, ugly slaughter beast, like he was the reason for all this trouble. What are you doing here? Endeavor, after recognizing the person who saved him, loudly asked this as he tried to stand up again, but due to many of his bones being broken no thanks to that last fall, he just couldn't. Nothing desperate enough to answer that. Yuta didn't care and just moved toward the Nomu. Let me warn you that it's been quite some time since could let out. Don't tell others, but regeneration is a bitch. So what you say, you up for a good fight? Yuta looked to the flying Nomu and asked as he saw the crowd around him starting to gather and recognize him. Hey, is that Dynamic? Hey, it's that boy. Love you, Dynamic. Please beat your heart again. Dynamic Afro. Yuta can't help but blink at this in confusion. Since when I am so popular? And what the hell with that last title? You guys, please move back. This is dangerous here. Yuta shouted, seeing the people coming a little too close to where the Nomu was flying around, and shouted. He talked to us. Love you, Dynamic. Play the drums again. Sigh. Hey, old man, what are we supposed to do when this happens? Yuta looked back and asked Endeavor. Do what? Endeavor replied that he didn't understand the question. Never mind. I should ask someone with experience. Shaking his head, he looks back at the Nomu. The Nomu, who was smashed out by him, was only flying around and wasn't attacking him for some reason. He wonders why, but then his spider sense tingles, and his eyes shot up. And on the next second, the Nomu opened his mouth and pulled a Nappa on Yuta. Yuta could have dodged this easily, but Endeavor was in the line of sight in this fight. He can't help but click his tongue and his Mangekyo move. And the next second, both him and Endeavor behind him vanish. And not even a second later, the powerful beam of attack fell in the same spot where they both were standing before. Endeavor, who didn't even react in time, was stunned when he saw that he was in a completely different place now as Yuta tossed him suddenly. Hot. That hell. Why can't you stop those fire? They are pretty much useless anyway. Yuta can't help but complain. He switched back to Nomu, who was again charging that strange Dragon Ball attack, and got ready. And that was the time when he saw this. Side quest, Shocking Love. Main quest, Kill the Nomu. Reward, access to the side quest. Reading this, Yuta was taken aback now. Side quest, does that mean that this one is not important? And what with the title? Yuta blinked in confusion. What does side quest mean? Yuta had no idea what to expect from this quest now. One thing was for sure, this quest wasn't like any of the other quests he did so far. The name itself was enough to make him believe that Shocking love, what kind of title is that? Whatever, I don't have time to ponder about that right now. Yuta can't help but remind himself when another DBZ-style attack came at him from the annoying flying Nomu. He then got his head back to the game. With Soru, he jumped higher to dodge the energy beam, closing the distance between the Nomu and him. His first goal was to take that Nomu away from people. Hero time, 2 hours, 25 minutes. I got enough in the tank. Let's go wild. Yuta smirked. More powers are good, but nothing beats more hero time. That's why he appreciates Quest, which gives him more HT. In an instance where he vanishes from his place, OFA is already at 40%. Here he doesn't have to worry about that damn regeneration of those cursed spirits. Or that is what he thought. He appear in front of the Nomu almost instantly and deliver a powerful punch, which knocked the Noma back to the ground. 40% OFA was enough to even beat the shit out of 10% power Sukuna, and Yuta hardly believed that every finger will make us faster and physically strong. Majority of the boost those fingers give is on the curse energy department. Unlike his OFA, which actually improve the higher level of power he uses, going from 10% to 20% is not at all like going from 40% to 50%. The boost in power with OFA is significantly more the higher he goes in the percentage, so roughly both of their max will be similar. But unlike what he was anticipating, he saw the Nomu shrug of the damage after getting punched right in the face, and almost in Deadpool's fashion the guy recovered his injuries. It was also instant. What, this guy's like the one I fought back in USJ. Annoying bastard. Yuta remembered that, unlike other Nomu who he could pretty much one-shot with this much power, Nomu was specially created to kill All Might. And yes, the entire thing was a flop. All Might in anime was able to beat the Nomu, but that guy was done tough son of 8B********. I only won back then because of prime time, and now you were telling me that this guy here is the same as him? Yuta can't help but grumble at this situation. He thought that this one was going to be an easy fight. Can I tag out now? He ponders, but after remembering that there is a side mission attached to this, he can't help but grit his teeth. Sigh. He launched himself directly at the regenerating Nomu. His movements were mostly blurred to the Nomu, as before the Nomu could completely restore his mangled-up limbs. Yuta was there, planning on doing exactly what All Might did to that Nomu in USJ. OFA 40 Glatling. The arrival broke the sound barrier before hands almost vanished. Throwing punches faster than a machine gun can fire round, he bombarded Nomu into the ground. Every one of his punches made a shockwave upon impact. Boom, 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 boom. After 1 minute of straight punching the fuck out of the Nomu, Yuta finally huffed as he stopped, grinning slightly at the masterpiece he created. The very embodiment of modern art. Only after seeing the Nomu plaster to the collapsed ground that he realized that he didn't only make a paste out of the Nomu, but even the street. Man, Aizawa gonna burn my ass for this. Can't help but imagine what kind of future awaits him. Yuta just sighs and lets go. He saw Nomu wasn't moving anymore, so most likely he made it. He was about to get the hell out of there before the police charged him for the damage to the public property. But that was when he heard a sound. A sound he didn't like at all. He turned his head around only to find that the broken bones of the Nomu were regenerating, and the rip of limbs of the villains were regrowing. Why can't I get simple enemies nowadays? Why everyone has to be some kind of supervillain with Wolverine DNA? He can't help but curse internally. Just under a minute, the Nomu was back up on his feet, making Yuta grim at all the worthless effort and HT he put into making a nice black gum out of this dude. Hiya. Yeah, of course, you're gonna road after practically getting revived from the death. Yuta rolled his eyes, but the next second, he noticed a punch coming right at him from the Nomu. What you hasn't completed regenerated yet. Yuta was a little too close to dodge at this point. Not wanting to waste HT by using time skip. He just activated his OFA at 40% again and blocked the attack by crossing his hands in front of him. Boom. But upon contact with the Nomu, Yuta's eyes widened. Because that was a heavy punch, more powerful than he was anticipating. He was shot out of his place, flying backward in as he felt his hands burning. There was no damage, just a little stink on his arms. Maybe that's why his spider sense didn't act it up, telling the attack was this strong. But Yuta was sent flying towards the wall. Not having enough time to act, he just braced himself for the impact. Boom. Dud. Yuta fell back to the ground with a dud, a smile playing on his lips. Oh, you are one annoying piece of shit. But hey, I was asking for a good fight. Now I got one. Yuta's smile, a familiar sound of rhythmic beat, enter his and everyone's else ears who were there. Dum 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 dum. The beat, which everyone wanted to hear for so long, finally started. Whoa, it's happening. Look, Dynamic Heart is beating like that. Someone shouted. Yes, but this is a little different. It's just like beats. The other person said that though all of them were feeling pressure due to the start of King's engine, due to distance, and Yuta's directing all of his fighting intent at the Nomu, they were still in the safe zone. Yeah, this one is just like normal heartbeats. It's not like the drums which I heard last time. That was something else entirely. I can never forget that. Yes, yes, Dynamic. Please do what you did before. Play the drums. Oh. Yuta felt that power was granted to him by the use of King's engine. His OFA, which was only at 40, shot up to 75%, as he also added his EMS buff this time, not planning to hold back. Soru. The next second, Yuta all but vanished from his place and appeared right in front of Nomu while turning in the air, kicking ready to attack him. OFA 75 kick. The moment Yuta appeared in front of the Nomu, it almost felt like the space itself warped with so much power he was using right now. This was not Izuku using OFA power this high on one of his hands. Yuta currently had OFA working all over his body. He was 3:4th of the power of All Might right now. Boom! At the contact with Yuta's leg, the power which could have destroyed a section of mountain through the Nomu back, with so much power that it shifted the entire air pressure around the Nomu. Just like All Might, he created a short-term hurricane. The Nomu was sent flying back to so much power that it could have destroyed almost everyone. Even All for One, the strongest enemy he had fought so far, would be hurt by this kind of attack. Yuta aims to blast out that Nomu away from the people, far enough that the after-impact of Nomu's crashing won't affect others. The Nomu got blasted at the ground again, making a paste out of him. Yuta waited. He wanted to check something. And surely, even after getting torn from that punch, the Nomu started to regenerate. Sigh, I knew this guy was troublesome. Yuta complains internally as he rushes at the regenerating Nomu. I won't let you anymore. OFA 75, Galtling. Yuta shouted with all his power. The blue lighting around him lit up, his hair turned blue, and finally, both of his hands disappeared. Those hands were blurred, and faster than anyone blinked, Yuta was throwing punches at the ground. Dum udm dum dum, do dum dum dum. His heartbeat shot up while he didn't even care anymore about the street anymore. It was a complete mess anyway by now. Thousands of punches fell after the gap of milliseconds at the Nomu. Dum 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 dum, DUMD. Boom 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 boom. Yuta didn't hold back at all. At the cost of a secluded section of the city, he plans to kill the Nomu. By this time, the people from the news were already there. The fastest means was, of course, the helicopter. What I am seeing, the hero fighting the villain right now, is none other than Dynamic. The very same hero who beat All for One and saved us all on that day, announced the reporter, making everyone right now watching the news excited. The helicopter fly around while trying to get the best shot of the ongoing fight. The retired All Might turn suddenly got a phone call, and his heart shook. He wasn't the only one. Aizawa, who was currently talking with the chief of police regarding the Quirk eraser drug, suddenly got a call. He seen the number, decided to take it, and then paused as soon as he heard what came next. Sigh, this problem child. Aizawa can't help but sigh helplessly. The students of Class 1A right now are back at their dorms. Many were planning to move out for their first real hero internship. No, this was no mere internship like last time. This was them entering into the road and really doing hero things. They would learn from real pro heroes. Well, they still do in UA, but that's different as they will become real heroes then. Probation ally license may be it, but still. Hey, Maroria, where are you going? Asked Uraraka with both her hands pressed together. I'm going to Sir Night Eyes Agency, said Izuku with a little blush on his face. Many were ready to go out for hero studies in their chosen agency, but Izuku was different. He was recommended by none other than All Might. He also knew that Yuta went to Sir Knight eye for the internship. So he was ready. But that was when the news started and attracted everyone's attention. Hey everyone, come see this. Shoto, Bakugo, and others who weren't going to hero studies as they didn't get their probationary license were also drawn to this. That's Yuta, someone finally said. What is he doing? Suddenly clothes which looked flying by themselves and been fit in the figure of a girl showed up, and this voice came out. This was of course Toru. Toru wanted to meet with Yuta for a long time, but adults won't let her or others to meet Yuta. No one was allowed to meet with Yuta right now. It wasn't because he was injured, but more like the higher-up wanted to reduce down the noise about the last fight he took place before he came back to public view. Though having him was fine, even better as he held the public truth very well, just like All Might be used to do so, but not right now. Because they can't let him directly act like a hero. He was still only 15 with only probationary license. That is why many wanted to remove some attention from Yuta until he is completely ready, but then this happened. That is a Nomu, Izuku said with a wide-eyed stunned look on his face. Huff, huff, huff. Yuta huffed as he ended his continuous Gatling attack. Steam raised from both his fists and the ground. He pummeled for 3 minutes straight with all of his power. You did it. He suddenly heard a voice. This was none other than Endeavor. He came running towards him with supporting himself as many of his bones were broken. Yuta didn't respond because he was keenly looking at the enemy. He can't help but narrow his eyes as in all the steam, he saw the Nomu still moving. His eyes widened. What? The regeneration has been slowed down, but no doubt it's still regenerating. Damn it. Why the fuck is this Nomu? Healing again. How is one supposed to kill this kind of enemy? Yuta can't help but sigh. He was overpowering the damn Nomu in all aspects, but just didn't have a way to kill him. No matter how much he beat him, the Nomu somehow ended up regenerating. This guy is like Majin Buu, no matter what, it just heals. Yuta can't help but ponder now how to beat this guy. His king's engine stopped. He was just wasting his HT at this point. Seeing the regenerating Nomu, he roughly calculated the time it might need him to heal. It's not just me thinking, the regenerating is getting slower. Yuta activated his Sharingan for a second, seeing the delay and difficulty now the Nomu was having. Meaning that my attack worked. If I kept on punching him, then it most likely would work. But I will run out of HT faster than this guy goes down. This is those special grade cursed spirits again. Yuta can't help but shook his head. So, there is he. You said that he is hospitalized. Shigaraki pointed at Kugojiri and complained. I said that it's possible that he is still hospitalized. I was confident that he was around him, and here he is, isn't he? Kugojiri rolled his head, though no one could see him doing that. There was only a flicker in the black miasma, which was his head, thanks to his quirk. Are you sure that this Nomu can handle him? Asked Shigaraki with annoyance in his tone. That remains to be seen. There is no way that the Nomu can cope up with what kind of power he was able to break out against his master. The best I could do is to make the Nomu fully able to handle someone like All Might or Endeavor. But I don't think the boy can use that power all the time. It surely had a backslash. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to be hospitalized after what he did. Kugojiri said with a little helpless tone. He tried his best to mutate the Nomu to handle someone like Dynamic, but no matter how he tried, there was no way to make Nomu capable of handling what that boy did back then. He did his best and left the rest on the fact that Yuta can't use that power again, or just won't use it again in the middle of the city after what his last attack did. Little that they know that Yuta really can't use prime time on his will. Shigaraki, on the other than thinking about what the boy was capable of, couldn't help but shiver. That power! He longs for that level of power. The power which could kill that man. He wanted that. But there was no way, so he could only do what Kugojiri suggested. And then there is also the scientist and that experiment. If nothing, then he will go for that. Other heroes at this time were in a pickle. Knowing who was fighting the villain, it was hard to decide whether they go and help or just chill back. On one side, the person who was fighting the villain was none other than a 15-year-old boy. But at the same time, it was none other than the current rising star, Dynamic. Most likely be stronger than All Might himself. Some people even joke that All Might only retire in peace because Dynamic was there. But jokes aside, they were really confused now. They saw the kid single-handedly bash the Nomu, but the Nomu regenerated and stood up each time. What is he doing? That troublesome kid will cause another ruckus. Aizawa almost shouted in the phone after seeing the damage happening to the city and pursed his lips. He can't help but ponder what kind of headache it would be to explain this to the higher-ups. Last time was enough for him. He didn't want to go through that again. I know. I'm already on my way there. All Might can't help but replies he was currently talking with Aizawa. He was currently in this buff form and rushing where the fight was taking place. He thought the TV was able to notice that Yuta was stronger, but still not as strong as him. Maybe Yuta's attacks won't work, but what about his attacks? It's a different story if Yuta used that power. But All Might was among the very few people who knew that Yuta couldn't use that power willingly. And it's better that he doesn't use that power in the city again. The destruction from that last time was enough to cost billions of yen of property loss. To some point, it's even better that Yuta don't stop the villain at all. That might be less costly. All Might jumping over rooftops to rooftops can't help but this about this and let out a nervous laugh. Even he was worried about the power Yuta showed last time. And then the dreaded question came, which was worrying him the most. If Dynamic ever turns into a villain, can we stop him? He never asked the question. This was the question those government agents asked him, asking whether All Might can do it. What can he say, besides the fact that he doesn't believe Yuta will ever do that? All Might don't think that it's possible. After those drums started, it was like that boy was no longer a human. Almost like Yuta finally was ready. He had to, because the damn Nomu was fully regenerated by now. This guy is just like those special grade curse spirit. So I will deal with you exactly like how I do with them. Suddenly the blue lighting around him stops. His hair, which had turned blue and was fluttering by the output of OFA, calmed down. People around him who were waiting for another round of villains getting there, but Kicked saw this and frowned. What is he doing? Asked the people. Asterisk gasp. I think you're going to do that. That drums. Someone seeing this suddenly said, making others also excited. Endeavor, on the other hand, was laminating this thought. Don't do it, back down. Other pros are already their way here. Shouted Endeavor. Even if the damage the city suffered under that boy's hand was too much. He can't let that happen. Yuta, though, had nothing to do with them. Rofa overdrive 10. Yuta slowly mutter, and once again lightning appears around him. But this time the lightning was a lot weaker and wasn't blue in color, but rather golden. There was a little hint of golden strips around his hair. I can only hope this works. If not, then I can always throw this guy to the outer space. Dum dum dum, dum dum dum. Once again, the king's engine roared to life, but this time, Yuta applied it to his Rofa overdrive. The mere use of his 10% Rofa shot up to 15%. Although this is nothing compared to the staggering 75% of what Yuta is capable of when using OFA alone, the nature of Rofa somewhat balances that issue. Golden light sparkles around Yuta, and small strips of golden hair appear on his head. Like magic, a red nunchuck materializes in his hands. This is, of course, the playful cloud. Dum 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 dum. Endeavor, who was expecting Yuta to use the same power he displayed in front of FO, sighed in relief upon realizing it was not the case. But then he narrowed his eyes, sensing that Yuta was doing something different from what he had previously. Not only was the color of the aura he emitted different, but so was the feeling he was giving off. Endeavor didn't care about how Yuta produced a weapon out of nowhere. What he did next was strange even to him. Though the power was different, it was still way too weak compared to what Yuta had shown previously. Yuta was still not fully accustomed to Rofa, so he took his time to balance both powers with his Sharingan before vanishing from his place. Eslario. Only an afterimage was left behind before he appeared right in front of the Nomu. However, this time, being much weaker than before, the Nomu managed to react. As Yuta appeared in front of it with Soru, the Nomu raised its hand to punch him back. Yuta knew that 15% wasn't enough in terms of power, but he relied on the weakening ability of Rofa. He swung his weapon while quickly dodging the incoming punch. Even though there wasn't much difference in speed, his Sharingan allowed him to perceive any attack coming his way. Boom! A playful cloud, crackling with the golden light of Rofa, hit the Nomu right in the face. Due to the nature of the weapon, the attack's power was amplified. The Nomu was blasted backward until it crashed into a building, destroying the wall it hit. Yuta smirked and swung his weapon around while golden lightning crackled around him. The Nomu, on the other hand, got up immediately after the crash. Considering the damage it had recovered from so far, this was nothing. Unknown to everyone, Yuta's Mangekyo, with its exceptional eyesight, allowed him to see the wound he inflicted on the Nomu, even from that distance. He waited and waited and waited until he confirmed his theory. With Rofa, the Nomu's healing had indeed slowed down. Now that's what I'm talking about. A big smile appeared on his face. The wound wasn't healing anymore. That was more than enough for him to work with. Get ready, use secondhand venom. Let's dance. Yuta, feeling like he had finally figured it out, vanished from his place with the still playful cloud in his hand and appeared right in front of the Nomu. Dum 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 dum. With his heart beating like that, he continued swinging his weapon at the Nomu while his Rofa power enveloped his body. The Nomu roared, its twisted form lunging at Yuta with terrifying speed. Yuta tightened his grip on Playful Cloud, the staff humming with energy. With a burst of power, he dashed forward, meeting the Noma head-on. The clash was explosive, shockwaves rippling through the air as their attacks collided. One downside was that he couldn't completely overwhelm the Nomu, so he had to be cautious. Yuta moved with incredible speed and precision. Each strike of Playful Cloud aimed at the Nomu's vital points. He spun and dodged, using his agility to avoid the creature's powerful blows. The Nomu's regeneration earlier made it a relentless opponent, but that was no longer the case. Easy blows from Yuta were actually working now. Yuta's strategy was clear: overwhelm it with continuous, high-impact attacks. He leaped into the air, bringing Playful Cloud down with a crushing force on the Noma's shoulder. Yuta pressed on, delivering a flurry of strikes to the creature. Each hit was charged with Rofa Overdrive, amplifying the damage and weakening its effects. The Nomu swung its massive arm, but Yuta ducked under it, countering with a powerful upward strike that sent the creature stumbling back. He followed up with a rapid series of blows, each one faster and stronger than the last. What, can't cheat now, can you? Yuta almost mocked, his earlier frustration finally surfacing. Yuta's movements were a blur, his body pushed to its limits. He poured every ounce of his strength into his attacks, his mind focused solely on defeating the Nomu. With a fierce shout, he drove Playful Cloud into the Nomu's chest, the force of the blow creating a shockwave that reverberated through the battlefield. The Nomu staggered, its body convulsing as it tried to heal, but again, nothing. Yuta didn't let up. He unleashed a devastating combo, striking the Noma's joints and weak points with pinpoint accuracy. What's going on? Why isn't the Noma healing anymore? Shigaraki, who had previously hoped to kill Yuta after seeing the Nomu handle all of his attacks, and Yuta not using the power he had against AFO, was now bewildered. What happened? He roared. I don't know. Kurogiri shook his head. With one final, powerful strike, Yuta aimed for the Noma's head. Playful Cloud connected with a thunderous impact, shattering the Noma's skull. The creature's body went limp, and it crumpled to the ground, unable to move. Yuta stood over the fallen Nomu, his breath heavy and his body exhausted. He had done it. I swear, if you heal after this, I will send you to outer space. Yuta huffed as he tried to catch his breath, speaking to the dead body of the Nomu. He waited, still not believing his luck, until this notification finally appeared in front of him. Side quest, Shocking Love updated. Main quest, Kill Nomu completed. Reward, side mission open. He saw this notification before suddenly. The notification in front of him transformed and turned into a piece of paper. Blink, confused. He took the paper only to see an address written on it. Yuta was now more confused and curious. Whatever, at least this means that the Nomu is dead. Yuta sighed. After getting rid of the Nomu, Yuta finally unlocked the side mission. But all he received was an address. Confused, he was not sure what to do next. The address is close enough, Yuta pondered after reading it and thought about his next steps. It's most likely that if those pro-heroes find me right now, they won't let me leave anytime soon. Not to mention the nagging from Aizawa that's waiting for me. Nah, I'd rather get out of here right now and first check out what this address is. My hospital discharge wasn't supposed to happen for a few more days anyway. They wouldn't mind if I took a little time off, would they? Yuta's eyes glinted with determination as he turned to Endeavor, who was still looking at the Nomu's dead body to ensure it wasn't healing anymore and that no one else came close. Endeavor didn't see the calculating look in Yuta's eyes, or he surely would have been more cautious around him. Good job, Endeavor. We finally did it, Yuta said suddenly, appearing next to him and patting his shoulder, making the fire hero wince in pain from his already broken ribs. What are you? Endeavor restrained his instinct to set Yuta on fire, more confused by Yuta's comment than anything. What did he mean by we did it? But Yuta didn't give him a chance to speak. Man, I'm completely beat and super hungry. But those heroes will be on their way here already. Would you mind looking after the body while I grab something to eat? Yuta asked politely. Endeavor, though not known for his politeness, wanted to refuse immediately. Heroes should adhere to a strict code of conduct, and he needed to look after Yuta. He wasn't even supposed to be here, let alone fight the Nomu. However, he couldn't say anything since he would have died if not for Yuta's presence. So he tactically left the scolding to Yuta's homeroom teacher rather than himself doing it. He was about to refuse, but before he could, thank you. Call me if you need anything. And if those heroes ask who caused all this damage, tell them it was the Nomu, not me. Hell, don't even bring me up, okay? Yuta was already on the other side of the road, out of Endeavor's reach. He shouted this, and, in the next moment, vanished from sight, never planning to return, leaving Endeavor standing there alone, his mouth agape and his teeth gritted. I hate kids. Yuta wasn't lying when he said he was hungry. He only lied about coming back. After using his Sharingan to get something to eat while hiding his identity, he finally started tracking the address. It took him some time and effort. After all, it's hard to hide one's identity when you're famous, especially when you have no choice but to travel by public transport. Sigh. I need a car or bike of my own, Yuta murmured as he finally reached the place indicated by the address. Thank goodness for Google Maps. Even after finding the locality, it was hard to pinpoint the exact location. He had to ask around from nearby people to finally get the right place. Finally, he stood in front of an abandoned house. The house was in traditional Japanese style and looked dilapidated. It was clear that it had been a long time since anyone had lived there. Asking around, he learned that no one had lived in that house for years. The owner and his family had left almost a decade ago. Now he was curious. Why would the system give him an address that leads to an abandoned place? What the hell, I'll just break in and see what I can find. Just sneak in and no one has to know. Yuta smiled as he waited for the right moment to sneak in, ensuring no one saw him. Of course, the entire house was locked, so breaking in was difficult but not impossible for him. With a Sharingan and enough lock-picking skills gained from past experiences, like pulling pranks on kids who used to bully him, he managed to get inside. The moment he stepped inside, he was immediately struck by a feeling of dread. A strange sensation enveloped him as he looked around, and his heart pounded. An eerie feeling came over him, and he couldn't help but gulp. The place was like any other traditional Japanese house, though very dusty, and an unsettling aura lingered. Dude, this place is giving me strong Resident Evil vibes. Yuta couldn't help but smile with hesitation. Fighting villains and cursed spirits was fine, but ghosts were another matter entirely for him. Don't worry, there's nothing like a ghost in this world, right? And even if they do exist, I can mostly fight them with the powers I have. Right. What do you mean he is gone? Aizawa asked Endeavor with an annoyed expression. The kid ran off after saying he needed something to eat, Endeavor grumbled. After this long, he realized he had been deceived by Yuta, but there was nothing he could do about it right now. So I forget it. We'd better find that problem child first, Aizawa said, shaking his head. You're right, Eraser. Leaving young Yuta alone is not wise. The hospital CCTV captured the League of Villains looking for someone after the Nomu started rampaging. It's clear they were after young Yuta. All Might, who was also there, said with a serious expression. Seeing the haunted house in front of him, Yuta couldn't help but sigh. He should have at least brought a light. Then he suddenly realized that he did have a survival kit in his system space. There should be something useful in there, right? So he took out a giant kit from his system space and started to search for anything he could use. Yes, there was a light, a headlight. He kept the kit just in case he ever needed it. Who knows when he might go into survival mode, right? But this was more about him being overly prepared just in case. His childhood experiences always reminded him to stay one step ahead in all situations. As the dark place was finally illuminated, he was now a little more willing to explore the haunted house. He first decided to check out the living room. It was the biggest room in the house and the closest to him. Asterisk crack. The door made an eerie sound, causing him to purse his lips. If it weren't for the mission, he really wouldn't want to be here. The hall was the only place that was well lit, thanks to the glass door leading to the garden from the living room. This room was the only part of the haunted house that looked normal. He glanced around and, finding nothing of interest, moved on. He explored the kitchen and the washroom on the ground floor, leaving no area unchecked. After finding nothing, he finally set his sights on the first floor. It was only a two-story building, so that was the only place left. If he couldn't find anything there, he had no idea why the system wanted him to come here. Sighing, he moved on. Asterisk crack. The moment he stepped on the stairs, the sound stopped him. He now wondered whether it was even safe to use the stairs. With light steps, he climbed up and found only two rooms. One was a storeroom in which he found practically nothing. The room was completely empty, devoid of any items. Sighing again, he was ready to explore the last room. He slowly turned the knob of the door and opened it, only to find himself entering a very well-decorated room. To Yuta's surprise, this room wasn't dusty like the others. It was clear that whoever lived there previously had taken great care of it. From the teddy bears and girly decorations, it was evident that the previous occupant had to be a girl. Unlike the other rooms, which were mostly empty with minimal furniture, this place was completely filled with items. Sighing again, Yuta continued searching the room. From stuffed toys to clothes, he examined everything but couldn't find anything useful. As he was about to finish searching the wardrobe, he noticed a small box at the bottom inside the wardrobe. Seeing that the box was the only thing he hadn't checked, he extended his hand to reach it. But just then, he heard a sound behind him. Now, Yuta is usually not afraid of anything, but when it comes to things he can't understand, mainly paranormal activities, he can't help but be cautious. Instinctively, he looked back, trying to find the source of the sound, but saw no one. Seeing that it was nothing, he was about to return to the intriguing box when he saw something strange. The door. I never closed the door when I entered here, he pondered, noticing the door was not completely closed but almost ajar, just enough for someone to peek inside. As he was pondering this, his eyes widened when he saw a movement outside the room. Through the small opening in the door, he saw someone there. His eyes immediately turned into Sharingan as he became alert, but despite how serious he was, his spider sense wasn't reacting. After some thought, he got ready to confront whoever was there. But just as he was about to open the door, he saw small hands slowly grabbing the edge of the door, followed by a small head peeking at him. Blink! Blink! That is definitely a girl, he thought. He couldn't help but say it out loud and quickly looked around. The house was completely isolated and abandoned, but this particular room was well cared for, clean to the point that anyone might mistake it for someone living there right now. Did someone leave this girl here alone? Yuta's mind raced. He had forgotten about the mission for the time being. All he could think about was who would do such a thing. He slowly sat down, seeing the small girl still peeking at him from behind the door. He couldn't see her entirely as the door was barely open, but he could tell she was a girl from her long black hair and beautiful eyes. That, plus the girly decor, made it clear that this was a girl's room. Hello, I'm Yuta, a hero for Fu. How are you? Yuta crouched down, staying away from the door, and spoke with a smile. making sure he seemed approachable. Seeing the girl still wary of him, he wanted to ensure he acted like the hero he was and helped her. The little head peeking from behind the door straightened, and her eyes blinked. She slowly opened the door further, and her cute face finally came into view. Yuta, Yuta, the girl said slowly, looking at Yuta with her big, cute eyes as if she were seeing her favorite cartoon character in real life. Yes, that's my name. What about you? Yuta smiled back, being gentle with the girl and asking her name to identify her. I am. The girl cutely tapped her hand to the side while pondering her own name. She looked adorable, but for Yuta, this was a headache. How was he supposed to find out who she was if she couldn't even remember her own name? That's fine. Do you know where your parents are? The people who are supposed to look after you. Yuta smiled and replied, though there was obvious sarcasm in his voice. I'm not sure, Yuta, she said, trying hard to remember, but finally just shrugging and replying happily. Sigh, just my luck. Well, I should take her to the police first. Later, I can come back here and search again. Okay, sweetheart, let's go find your mama and papa. Yuta couldn't help but smile back when he saw her cutely smiling at him. The girl blushed, her little face brightening up. Come on. Yuta smiled back and moved out of the room to leave the house. He himself didn't want to stay here any longer than necessary. The girl followed him like a duckling until they reached the entrance, but then stopped, not moving anymore. What happened? Come on, let's go. Yuta blinked and asked gently. In response, the girl only shook her head and looked down as if she were afraid of leaving the house for some reason. After thinking for a moment, Yuta slowly approached her and crouched down to her level. Come on, there's nothing to worry about. I'm with you, and I won't let anything happen to you. Yuta smiled as he gently rubbed her head to make sure she was calm and not afraid. Though he wasn't good at guessing ages by looks, the girl was at best around 5 years old. It was understandable that she was a little afraid. He could see the girl pursing her lips as if thinking about something, and then she finally looked up at him with her eyes directly meeting his. Promise? She asked, raising her hand towards him. Promise. And I never go back on my word. I'm a hero after all. Yuta immediately responded, extending his pinky finger and then wrapping it around the little girl's finger. Pinky promise. He replied with a huge smile on his face. Seeing that the girl was now a little more trusting, he took her hand and once again tried to lead her out of the haunted house. Of course, the girl was still hesitant, but he was patient with her. After some more coaxing, she finally came out of the door and stayed close to him. Smiling, Yuta led her to the nearest police station, holding her hand and making sure never to let her go. The little girl, who had initially been reluctant to go out, started to look around at the new world opening up to her with a sparkle in her eyes. Only after arriving at the police station did Yuta realize that he should have at least bought her something to eat. He didn't know how long she had been hungry. He had checked the haunted house before and found no food there. Seeing the police station so close, he sighed and decided it would be better to first talk to the police and then bring her something to eat. He took her inside the police station, and the girl looked hesitant. Don't worry. Look at that uncle over there. He'll help find your mama and papa. Rubbing her small head, Yuta reassured her as he guided her into the police station. The girl hid behind his leg the whole time. Excuse me. The police officer looked at Yuta and then almost paused, reminding Yuta that he was no longer an ordinary boy in this world. You are. The officer began to say something, but Yuta cut him off. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I would really appreciate it if you kept that little fact to yourself. I'm here to report this missing child, please. Yuta didn't want to get into that rabbit hole again. He directed the conversation to the little girl who was tugging on his leg. The officer followed Yuta's gaze and blinked. I found her in that abandoned house 3 blocks north. She was living there all alone, Yuta explained. The officer looked at the girl, then back to Yuta, then back to the girl, his face showing confusion. Yuta himself wasn't sure what was causing the confusion. What girl? The officer asked with a strange expression. Blink. This girl. Yuta pointed at the girl, still hugging his leg, now with even more insistence. There is no girl here, the officer replied with a puzzled look. Yuta turned back to the officer, confused. The girl was still at his leg. He was about to say more when suddenly a notification appeared. Side quest. Shocking love updated. Follow-up quest. Find the identity of the girl. Reading this, Yuta paused. She is related to the side mission? What the hell is going on? He was the only one who could see the girl. After the officer failed to notice her, Yuta went around and asked others if they could see her. To his surprise, none could. A quirk that only lets certain people see her. Yuta pondered and considered taking her to Aizawa, thinking that maybe his quirk could help. But he just shook his head. That was his last option, and he wasn't willing to go to Aizawa just yet. Sighing in defeat, Yuta couldn't do anything but buy something for the girl to eat while he pondered what to do next. Do you really not remember your name? Yuta asked again. With no other way to discover her identity, he could only rely on the girl. The girl, who was sitting on a swing and eating the dango he bought her, cutely looked at Yuta and shook her head. Sigh, I'm no detective, and the fact that I'm the only one who can see her just makes things perfect, Yuta thought, ruffling his hair in irritation. But then, suddenly, he had an idea. Wait a minute, she lived in that house, right? That means there's a chance I can find something about her there. All right, no rest for heroes. Come on, we're going back to the house. Let's go. Yuta smiled, making the girl giggle as she watched him act silly and talk to himself. But she followed him nonetheless. Back at the house, Yuta let the girl play alone in her room while he searched the rest of the place. This time, he wasn't just looking for anything related to the quest, but more specifically for information about the girl. Given that the entire house was nearly empty, it was almost impossible to find anything concrete. Strangely, though, the girl's room was untouched, with everything still in place. So he focused on her room, examining everything with extra attention. He looked for any names written in books or on her belongings, or any papers available around the house. But as it got late, he sighed. He couldn't continue searching at that hour, especially since the girl was looking very sleepy. In the end, he put everything in that room into his system space before scooping up the girl and leaving the haunted house. He didn't want to stay there any longer than absolutely necessary. It was already dark, and the girl was fast asleep in his arms. For the time being, he decided to take the girl back to his home. Since no one else could see her, that was the only option he had. Wait a minute, wasn't it season 3 or 4? Maybe 5? Whatever, one of the seasons of MHA was about saving a little girl. Yuta never watched MHA that far, but he did know something. He looked at the girl in his arms and pondered, is she her? It was possible since the address he got was from the system, but without any proof, he couldn't assume that. Not to mention, it still didn't explain why only he could see her. Again, maybe something to do with the system. For a second, his mind even entertained the possibility of her being a ghost. But he immediately shook his head. Ghosts aren't this cute, don't eat human food, and can't be touched by others, can they? He was holding the girl in his arms and could feel her warmth against his chest, not to mention her rhythmic breathing. There's no way she's a ghost. Nah, this has got to be a quirk, something similar to Toru's but only visible to me, even when she's fully clothed. I don't even have my Sharingan active, so that doesn't make sense either. Yuta pondered as he finally reached home, exhausted. He slowly put the sleeping girl in the bed and changed out of his dirty, torn clothes. After getting something to eat, he planned to check all the stuff he got from the house, which he had, of course, stored in his system space. But he was too sleepy. He hadn't slept for 48 hours, considering the JJK world, not to mention all the fighting with that patch-face guy and the Nomu. He really needed sleep by now. Whatever. She's not going anywhere, and neither is the quest. It's a problem for tomorrow's Yuta. Nothing to do with me. Yuta thought as he rolled his eyes and collapsed face first onto the sofa. He gave the entire bed to the little girl. The next day, Yuta woke up to a little girl jumping around him, shouting his name. Yeah, how are you? Yuta groggily woke up and looked at the girl. He blinked and narrowed his eyes. Was it his imagination, or did she look slightly bigger? What do you want? Yuta asked, but to his surprise, she didn't even react. He later realized that she wasn't calling him. She was just repeating his name and playing around, having fun. Sigh, kids. Come on, let me get you something to eat. I'm starving too, and while I'm at it, I'll think of a good name for you. Yuta smiled and stretched his body. She looked at him and smiled. Rika likes pancakes. Okay, pancakes it is th. Yuta was saying while moving towards the kitchen, but then he froze. What did you say? Side quest. Shocking love update. Follow-up quest. Find out what happened to Rika. Yuta saw this message and froze in place. This world is messing with me. Feel free to ask for any further adjustments. Rika, does that name ring any bells? It seems like I'm forgetting something very important that I'll most likely regret later on. Yuta tried to remember, but nothing came to mind. Even though he couldn't recall anything specific, he knew this wasn't the first time he'd heard the name. He had a feeling it was significant. He knew he was missing something, but since he couldn't remember it right now, he decided to go with the flow. Now that he actually had a name to search for, he could start working on finding the real identity of the girl in front of him. Asterisk ring ring. Asterisk ring ring. Hello, came a tired voice from the other end. Hello, Sir Night-Eye. It's me, Yuta. Yuta, where are you? Do you know your teacher has been looking for you? Night-Eye almost shouted, and Yuta could already tell the man was probably dialing another number to inform Aizawa or All Might that he had contacted him. Yes, sorry. At first, I just wanted to visit home, get some good sleep, and play some games, but things went sideways. I just need a little help from you, if possible, Yuta replied with a sigh. He honestly didn't want to contact Night-Eye, but the man was the only person he could rely on for gathering information. Help, huh? What kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into this time? Night-Eye sounded like he was used to dealing with Yuta's messes, which he was, given that he had handled the aftermath of Yuta's fight with the Nomu during the stain incident. No trouble, nothing like that. I just need a little information. Can you find any missing person reports for a girl named Rika? She's around 5 years old. Any information you can provide would really help, Yuta replied, a bit frustrated. Did he really have such a bad reputation that everyone associated him with trouble? Fine, but on one condition, Night-Eye responded after a moment of thought. What condition? Yuta asked, frowning. Why did the man have to be so stingy? Couldn't he just help a student in need? Yuta had trained under him, after all. But knowing he needed Night-Eye's help, Yuta decided to agree, at least as long as the request wasn't too demanding. For your work-study, come back here, Night-Eye replied, causing Yuta to fall silent. He didn't want to return. He had only gone to Night-Eye last time out of curiosity, but after realizing the man was no fun, he preferred someone else, someone like Hawks, or even All Might, or Aizawa. Not to mention, he still had to show Rika to Aizawa. If she had a quirk that prevented others from seeing her, that had to be fixed. Fine, I will, Yuta finally agreed, sighing yet again. He couldn't do anything about it. Out of all the people he knew, Night-Eye had the best intelligence network. To help Rika, he had to go along with it. Looks like I have to return to UA today. The work studies will start soon. I should be there before that happens, Yuta muttered to himself, then looked at the cute girl gulping down the pancakes he had made for her. Did Rika like the pancakes I made? Yuta smiled and asked, ruffling her hair. She nodded eagerly, clearly wanting more. Yup. Yuta couldn't tell whether she wanted more pancakes or more head pats. After breakfast, Yuta took the girl to UA. Rika was very good, obediently following Yuta with a smile on her face. Along the way, Yuta, of course, got something for the little girl. Upon arriving at UA, Yuta headed straight for Aizawa's office. So why am I here exactly? Yuta asked, confused. He had been on his way to meet Aizawa, but somehow ended up in Nizu's office. In front of him sat Nizu, Aizawa, and All Might. At least the detective wasn't there anymore. I think it's pretty clear why. You should have come here directly after getting out of the hospital, young man, Aizawa said, giving him an intimidating look. Yuta didn't care in the slightest. Okay. I have a good reason, but before that, I want to ask you something, Sensei. Can you see her? Yuta asked, pointing at the girl sitting beside him, munching on the candy bar he had bought her. The others blinked, looking confused. This was enough for Yuta to understand what was happening, and he sighed. I know you're confused. Just do me a favor and activate your quirk. Look here, Yuta asked Aizawa, pointing at where Rika was sitting. Both Aizawa and All Might exchanged puzzled glances. They were starting to think Yuta was making things up, but since it was Yuta asking, Aizawa activated his quirk and did as he was told. The result? Nothing happened. Aizawa couldn't see anyone there, and neither could the others. Yuta, All Might began, but Yuta interrupted him, looking at the pen on the table. Rika, could you please give me that pen? Yuta smiled and asked the girl. Hearing this, Rika, who was still munching on her candy, nodded excitedly and moved to complete the task. The others were even more confused now. It almost seemed like Yuta was imagining things or had some mental issue. But Yuta didn't care. He kept his eyes on the pen as Rika picked it up and brought it back to him. Did you see the pen hovering or something? Yuta asked Nizu and the others. But to his surprise, their eyes were wide with shock. How did you do that? Aizawa asked, clearly confused, and activated his quirk again. So you saw it hovering, right? Yuta asked. Hovering? No. The pen disappeared and then reappeared in your hand, Nizu replied. Yuta blinked at this, finally beginning to understand why Rika's clothes and the candy she was eating weren't visible. What in the world is happening? Yuta couldn't help but question aloud. Let me know if there's anything else you need. Orion wasn't sure anymore. For some reason, only he could see Rika. Others couldn't even see an object if it was in contact with her. It was very strange. Explaining her existence was hard, really hard. But because Nizu and the others saw objects disappearing and then reappearing right in front of their eyes, they gave Yuta the benefit of the doubt. Many tests were arranged to determine whether Yuta was telling the truth, but all of that would have to wait. The adults were now in a mood to give him a hard time. All that aside, you shouldn't have left the hospital like that, Yuta, Nizu replied. Little did the rodent know that Yuta no longer needed to stay at UA to continue his system progress. This time, he wasn't the pushover he was last time. Yuta just rolled his eyes and replied, Oh, come on. Since the day I woke up, I've been perfectly fine. Out of everyone, at least you should have seen that coming. How long did you think I would stay in that room anyway? And let's be honest, it's a good thing I wasn't in that damn hospital when those villains came. Not only did that save my life, but it also helped Endeavor, right? Yuta shrugged off the others' gazes. Seeing that the boy wasn't taking them seriously, the others couldn't help but sigh. The reason was that they knew Yuta was right. Sigh, okay, but what about what happened yesterday? Where did you disappear to after telling Endeavor you'd be back after getting a snack? Aizawa asked. No snack, a proper meal. Yuta immediately corrected. And about where I was? Well, I went to meet someone and then headed home from there. And while I was in the middle of that, I found her, Yuta said, pointing to the girl who was looking at him and the teachers as if they were performing some sort of comedy show for her. Who did you meet? Nizu asked. Well, not exactly meet in a normal sense. What I really did was visit my grandmother's grave, Yuta replied, not lying, as he honestly did that, but it didn't take more than half an hour at most. He wasn't Kakashi, who wasted hours sitting in the graveyard. Hearing this, the others just nodded. Being a hero was all the hype and glory, but those who were truly pro-heroes knew how dangerous this line of work was. Doing something like that was actually very natural, and Yuta had literally faced a life-threatening situation with AFO. Though the boy never usually showed it, and they didn't feel it, he was still just a child. All right, I'm out of here. I also have to meet my friends and get this bottomless pit another one of those tasty candies. Yuta then stood up, causing the others, who had more questions, to falter. Come on, Rika, we're out of here, Yuta called out, making the others look at him like he was crazy. Though they saw that what Yuta was saying had some weight to it, since they themselves couldn't see or hear Rika, it was hard to believe him. Hey, we're not done yet, Nizu called out. Maybe, but I'm done here. Those were the two questions related to my disappearance, right? Any more won't be connected to that. And if those questions were really important, one of you could have asked me when I was dying of boredom in the hospital. So you can bet your ass I'm not staying one more second inside this room. That time in the hospital felt like ages. I'd rather have you point me towards villains whose asses I can kick, Yuta replied and walked out, leaving the others gobsmacked. All Might blinked, and Aizawa sighed. They knew the boy would be mad about being kept in the hospital, and they also expected him to leave sooner or later. They just didn't think it would be this soon. Now how are we supposed to keep that boy out of the public eye? The first thing he does after getting out of that room is steal the spotlight from the current #1 hero. Sigh. All three of them looked a little depressed at this. Yuta didn't know that his classmates were now living in a hostel specially made by UA for them after what happened with AFO. So after getting something for Rika to eat, again, he started asking around why classes were no longer in session. Kick ass. Sigh. Rika giggled and kept on repeating that. She heard Yuta say it, and being the kid she was, Yuta couldn't help but sigh at this. He had to be careful with the language he used around the girl from now on. Apparently, classes weren't in session because, starting tomorrow, all the students will be going to work-study sessions, all except those who failed to get their probationary hero licenses. He frowned at this. He really wanted to meet his friends if possible, but if they were back home, that might not be possible. He didn't even have his phone with him right now. It got wrecked during the fight with AFO. Though he had a phone from the JJK world, it didn't have any of his contacts. Sighing, he was about to head back home, knowing that he had already confirmed with Night Eye that he would be coming over to his agency for the work-study. He didn't have to go through all the paperwork again. The only disappointment was that he couldn't meet his friends and, more than that, Toru. Sighing again, he was about to take Rika and go back home, maybe take her to a park or something, but before that, he heard something. Yuta. A familiar voice reached his ears, and he instantly recognized who it was. Yuta. Yuta heard the voice and immediately knew who it was. None other than Izuku. Izuku, how are you? Yuta smiled after finally seeing a familiar face. Izuku, however, almost vanished from his spot and appeared near Yuta, making it seem as though he had materialized out of thin air. Oh my god, are you okay? Why aren't you in the hospital? How did you end up fighting that Nomo? Are you hurt anywhere? Did you even heal from that previous fight? Izuku fired off questions like a machine gun, making Yuta frown while the little girl tugging on his leg giggled. Calm down. I can't understand anything you're saying, Midoriya. Yuta sighed, making Izuku blush as he finally calmed down. Yuta had no idea why Izuku was so excited. It should be him who was excited. For Izuku and the others, it had only been a few days since Yuta defeated AFO and they last saw him. But for Yuta, it had been 3 months. I should really talk with Toru the first chance I get. She'll most likely be furious that I haven't contacted her all this time. And though I know it hasn't been that long, in my mind it's already been 3 months, so inexplicably it feels like it's been a long time. Sorry, I was just too excited to see you after that fight, Izuku said, still blushing and ruffling his hair. Don't worry about it. Tell me, do you have everyone's contact information? You see, I broke my phone during the fight with that freak show. Now I don't have anyone's contact info. Can you share our classmates' contacts with me? Yuta asked while taking out his phone, showing him that saying no was not an option. Midoriya just nodded and quickly exchanged contact information. Later on, Yuta followed Midoriya back to the hostel where all the students were living. This actually surprised Yuta quite a bit. So, you're saying the school built this building just for us to stay in and to protect us? Yuta asked with a slight twitch of his eyebrow. Yes, Izuku replied, oblivious to what Yuta was thinking. Yuta looked at the building and had only one thought. How does this school have so much money to burn? What the hell is that Nizu guy doing to earn this much cash? I have to find out. Yuta made a mental note. After all, here he was saving the multiverse, kind of, and when he checked his bank balance, he couldn't even afford to pay off his debts to Maki for breaking most of her weapons. Next time, I'll pay that for sure. Following Midoriya, Yuta entered the building, but as he did, Midoriya said something that caught him off guard. Yuta, what? I will catch up to you. Sooner or later, I will be there, fighting side by side with you. Back when All for One attacked, I couldn't even move, but you were able to save Best Jeanist. For the longest time, I wanted to be a hero who could save others with a smile on my face, just like All Might. But now I have another target to reach. You are my target, Yuta. I'll grow stronger. I will move next time. Izuku was serious as he spoke. Though he wasn't facing Yuta while saying this, his voice made it clear that he was determined. I see, Yuta nodded. Then get stronger and come at me. Surpass me. I will be waiting for you at the throne of the strongest, Midoriya. Yuta smirked as he looked at the green-haired boy in front of him. Ah, the nostalgia. Izuku, on the other hand, was pondering what Yuta actually meant, but he understood the gist of his words. "Hi," was all Midoriya said. "Yuta!" Almost everyone shouted when he entered, and they quickly gathered around him. "Oh my god, when did you come back? Are you all right? You fought with that Nomu and AFO. That was so awesome. When were you released from the hospital? Are you okay? Yuta, you're completely famous now. Do you know you have your own fan group? Did you know you've got nicknames like Dynamic Afro?" Yuta couldn't help but smile, surrounded by so many of his friends. Though they were noisy, it was clear they were all worried about him, judging by how much they cared about his health. People with families hardly realize how valuable those precious bonds are. Yuta knew. He currently had no family. After his grandmother passed away, he was all alone. So seeing this, he was internally happy knowing he had so many friends. Well, being strong enough to protect them all is more than enough, I guess. Yuta pondered, maybe for the first time wondering why he bothered going to another world to get even stronger if it meant leaving these people behind. Conversation with friends is always a joy, as long as a dozen of them aren't shouting in your ears at the same time. That's exactly what Yuta was facing right now, with people screaming almost directly into his ear. Yuta sat in the common room of Class 1A, surrounded by his classmates, who were all eagerly waiting for him to spill the details of his epic fight with All For One. The atmosphere was noisy as hell, but still, Yuta preferred this over the quiet of the hospital room. He had just been released from the hospital, and this was the first time he'd had the chance to tell everyone what really happened. All right, I'll tell you," Yuta said, raising his hands to quiet the excited chatter. He leaned back on the couch, a playful grin on his face. "So, the fight with All For One. Where do I even start?" "From the beginning," Kirishima blurted out, leaning forward eagerly. "Don't leave anything out." Yuta chuckled. "Okay, so it was intense right from the start. The guy's quirk is insane. He can literally steal and use other people's quirks. It was like fighting 10 different people at once. But I knew I had to keep him away from everyone else, especially Bakugo and the other pro heroes." "Bastard, what did you say?" Bakugo roared, but Yuta tactfully decided to ignore him. "Were you scared?" Uraraka asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "A little, yes, but more than that, I was excited. It's not every day that we get to fight powerful people. After all, I was barely able to handle All Might, who wasn't even trying, so fighting AFO was like aiming for the stars. But hey, it's not like I had a choice. A few idiots decided to play hide and seek, so I just had to act. Otherwise, they would have been caught by AFO too," Yuta admitted, glancing at Izuku, Momo, Tenya, and others who were there, making them suddenly stiffen. They hadn't told anyone yet that they were involved. Every hit I landed on him, he just shrugged it off like it was nothing. But I managed to cut off one of his hands, which I thought would give me the upper hand, pun intended. Zero snickered at the pun while Mina gave him a high five. But he was still stronger. "I almost died. You all should have seen what happened then, right?" Yuta replied with a slightly solemn tone, making others quiet down. "Then how did you do that? Where are those drums?" Todoroki asked. He wasn't the only one interested in this. In fact, almost everyone in Japan or outside was dying to know right now what exactly Yuta's quirk was, especially about the drums. Those drums were magical. None can forget those drums. And then there was also the moon itself, which enlarged when those drums started. It's very similar to what happened to me back at the USJ. I call it prime time. It's like a do-or-die situation that my quirk kind of pushes upon me, putting my body in overdrive to the level that my powers just skyrocket. People might mistake that as my real power, which is not the case at all. I'm nowhere near as strong as you all saw back then. That is just my own power multiplied to an exponential level due to the threat to my life. I can't control that power as of now. It's like trying to stimulate the same state of mind as someone facing a life-and-death situation. Almost impossible. Even during that short duration when I had that power, I couldn't control it. You all saw what that last punch did to the city, right? I wasn't intending to do that. But a power that I hardly can control and can't use it will either. But ultimately, it has saved my life again and again. And for that, I'm pretty happy to have it. Yuta replied honestly. Without prime time, he would have been a goner by now. It's a double-edged sword, honestly. That much stopped the chatty room, and everyone quieted down a little. All the students couldn't help but despair, thinking about what it would be like to face what they now call the awakened dynamic as his primetime state. They could only shudder, feeling a little sympathy for the villains. Anyway, Yuta continued. He regenerated his hand like it was no big deal. And then, before I knew it, he smashed me into the ground. Hard. I got buried under a ton of debris. For a moment, I thought it was over. The room fell silent for a moment as everyone absorbed Yuta's words. And then the rest is history. Yuta didn't bother explaining the rest because God knows how many times that fight had been broadcasted all over the nation by now. Wow. Mina broke the silence, her eyes shining with admiration. That sounds incredible, Yuta. You really held your own out there. Thanks, Yuta said, rubbing the back of his neck. But after the fight, they wouldn't let me leave the hospital, even after I was fully healed. Can you believe that? The teachers were worried I'd go out and get into more trouble. Well, they weren't wrong, were they? Kaminari teased, nudging Yuta with his elbow. Yuta laughed. Yeah, about that. I couldn't take it anymore. Being cooped up in the hospital was driving me nuts. So, I decided to sneak out. I was totally planning on just going for a little walk, maybe grabbing something to eat. But guess what? My luck being what it is, that's exactly when a Nomu attacked the city. You're like a magnet for trouble, dude. Hey, Yuta protested, shaking his head with a grin. I couldn't just ignore it, though. I saw civilians in danger, so I had to step in. I had to be quick and precise. I kept hitting its weak spots until it couldn't move anymore. By the time I was done, I was exhausted, but at least the city was safe. Yuta tactically decided not to go into much detail. They didn't need to know everything. I can't believe you went from fighting all for one to sneaking out of hospital and then fighting a Nomu, Momo said, shaking her head in disbelief. You shouldn't have been there in the first place. Yeah, just like some naughty kids who sneak out at night and play cosplay, Yuta retorted, which shut Momo up and made others stiffen again. But hey, it was worth it. The look on the hospital staff's faces when they found out I snuck out to fight a Nomu was priceless. They were furious. That's what you get for being a troublemaker. Azui teased. Yeah, I know, Yuta said, waving off the teasing. But honestly, I wouldn't have done it if I didn't think it was necessary. Someone had to stop that Nomu, and I was the only one around at the time. Except for the current #1 hero, someone commented with a roll of their eyes. Dude, I was trying to save him some face here. You're incredible, Yuta, Midoriya said earnestly. You always step up when it matters most. Thanks, Deku, Yuta said, giving him a thumbs up. But I'm just doing what any of us would do in that situation. We're all training to be heroes, right? And then the conversation kept going, but Yuta's focus was only on the floating clothes on the side and the invisible girl in those clothes, who had been silent all this time. He wanted to talk with her, but couldn't right now. Hell, he couldn't even use a Sharingan because he didn't have his contacts in right now. AKA, he couldn't even see her at this point. Just as he was thinking about this, he felt his legs being hugged by a small figure. He looked down only to see the girl with teary eyes looking up at him and asking, Yuta is hurt. Yeah, she was also listening to the story right. Sigh. I have to remember that she is around me, and I can't act like this all the time. Yuta couldn't help but smile, and while others didn't notice, he slowly ruffled her hair. He didn't want to tell all of them about Rika right now. It took some time to calm Rika, who was on the verge of exploding into tears. Doing that in front of others was even more troublesome. He didn't want others to see him like an idiot talking to thin air. After finishing his conversation with the rest of Class 1A, Yuta felt a tug at his heart, knowing there was one more person he needed to talk to, Toru. She had been on his mind the entire time, and he knew she had been worried sick about him. Yuta found Toru sitting alone near one of the windows later, her usually cheerful presence unusually subdued. She noticed him approaching, and even though he couldn't see her face, he could tell she was upset. Toru, Yuta started softly, his voice full of concern. I'm sorry. She turned to him, her voice shaky. You idiot. Do you know how worried I was? You went up against All for One, and then that Nomu. I didn't hear from you for days. Actually, it has been months, but whatever. Yuta sighed, running a hand through his hair. I know. My phone got smashed during the fight with All for One, and by the time I could have gotten in touch, I was already stuck in hospital. The teachers wouldn't let me leave even after I healed up. No phone calls either. It was complete isolation. Then, when I finally sneaked out, I got caught up in that mess with the Nomu. I wanted to call you, but I just couldn't. Toru let out a small huff, crossing her arms. You're always getting yourself into trouble. You didn't even think about what I'd be going through, did you? I did think about you, Toru. Yuta said, his tone earnest. You were the first person I wanted to talk to after the fights. But I had to save the civilians, and everything happened so fast. I just couldn't risk anyone else getting hurt. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. Toru, you know I wouldn't do this if it wasn't necessary. I just want to protect everyone, doing the hero thing. She didn't respond immediately, but he could tell she was listening. He gently reached out, taking her hand in his, even though he couldn't see it. Damn, I should have gotten those contacts before coming here. I'm sorry for making you worry. I'm here now, okay? I'll try to be more careful next time. Toru squeezed his hand lightly, her voice a bit softer now. You better be. Now tell me everything about that fight. Toru huffed and demanded like she wasn't even angry in the first place. I just told everyone else, didn't I? Nope, you didn't tell me. I need my own explanation in detail, Toru replied. Yuta almost felt that she was smirking, but he couldn't see it. Yuta smiled, even though she couldn't see it. All right, story time it is then. They stood there for a moment, just holding hands, the weight of everything finally starting to lift as Yuta started the story once again. Even though they had to keep their relationship a secret, this moment was theirs, and that was enough for now. Toru let out a small laugh, the tension finally easing. Those drums were pretty cool. Almost had my heart racing. Yeah, mine too. Enough to power an Iron Man suit by that point, Yuta replied, remembering what his heart was like back then. She chuckled at this. Yuta wanted to talk more, but that was when Rika started to tug on his leg. Yuta, she asked, and upon looking at her, she stopped, like she just wanted his attention and nothing more. Sigh. Yuta forced a smile, trying to keep his cool. Hey, Toru. I just remembered I've got something I need to take care of. I'm really sorry, but I'll catch up with you later, okay? Toru blinked, a bit surprised by his sudden shift in tone. Oh, sure, Yuta. Is everything okay? Yeah, everything's fine, he said quickly, trying to sound casual. Just some stuff I forgot to deal with. I've been away and haven't been home for some time, right? I'll be back later. Before Toru could ask any more questions, Yuta gave her a quick wave and hurried off. He could feel Rika's presence following him, and he knew he had to get away from everyone before she caused any more trouble. Once he was out of sight, Yuta let out a sigh of relief. Rika, you've got to calm down, he whispered, glancing around to make sure no one was watching. I know you want to be with me, but you've got to stay quiet when I'm around other people. Rika didn't respond in words, but Yuta could sense her calming down a bit. Still, he knew he couldn't stay at the dorms with her like this. His room wasn't ready yet, and he needed a place where he could keep Rika's presence a secret. All right, let's go home, he muttered, changing direction. We'll stay there until I figure something out. With that, Yuta made his way back to his home, Rika's presence trailing closely behind him. As much as he cared about Toru, there were some things he just couldn't share with her, or anyone else, at least not yet. For now, he would have to continue managing Rika's spirit on his own, keeping her ex. Looking after a child was hard as heck. Yuta's respect for his grandma increased tenfold, and Rika was among the best of the children. She hardly cried or demanded anything outrageous. But more than anything, he was sure that even if she did, he couldn't get angry at her. She was just too cute. Last night, he had come back to his house with something good for the little girl to eat, and then fell asleep directly. He had no idea what he would do from tomorrow. He had to go to the Nitai agency, and being the only one able to see, hear, or touch Rika, he had to bring her with him. This was another reason why he wasn't too worried about her safety. No one else could directly touch her. But the downside was that he almost always had to accompany her around. Sigh. Yuta groggily woke up, and the first thing he noticed was that he wasn't in his extra soft bed, which he had paid 3 times as much for just to get good sleep. In fact, he was sleeping on the sofa. He had given the bed to Rika, so why was she sleeping on top of him? Yuta looked at the small girl sleeping on top of him, making him feel suffocated. For some reason, she didn't seem that small anymore. I didn't give away that bed for you to sleep on top of me, you know? Yuta couldn't help but sigh. Good morning, Yuta. The girl sleeping soundly on top of him suddenly twitched and rubbed her eyes cutely. You're up. Mind telling me why you left the bed? Yuta asked with a slightly helpless tone. I want to sleep with Yuta. Rika immediately replied with a big smile on her face, making Yuta's smile stiffen. Good thing I'm the only one who can hear her. Otherwise, I'd have been behind bars for being a lolicon by now. Yuta almost rolled his eyes and got up while picking up the girl. Then suddenly he felt something. She was heavier than yesterday. Yuta wondered whether he was just imagining it. But this was the second day he had felt this way. And then there was also her behavior. Now she was completely able to talk. For a 5-year-old, not being able to speak is strange on its own. But her being able to do it in just a few days? Or maybe she was always able to speak, but didn't because she was still afraid and shy. It's possible. Still, Yuta measured her height and weight for good measure. It was important to know whether she was in good health or not. He himself didn't know anything about raising a child, and though he wasn't planning on raising one, until he figured out what the deal was with Rika and why she was the way she was, he had to keep her by his side. So he remembered to pick up some books on child rearing when he went to the Nitai agency. Come on, Rika, I'm making noodles today. Did you brush your teeth? Yuta asked while preparing the food. Yup. Rika happily climbed up to the chair, ready to devour the noodles. Yuta watched this adorable scene with a smile on his face. Going to the Nitai agency was a dull affair. It was boring, but it did give Yuta enough time to read the data Nitai had sent him about a missing child he had asked about. He was disappointed. Even after knowing the name of the person he was looking for, he couldn't find any information on her. There was no missing girl recently who looked like her or was named Rika. It's most likely that she was raised by her parents, and then her quirk awakened, making her invisible. Somehow, she got separated from her parents. Yuta had a headache. If things continued like this, he might have to keep her with him forever. After all, others couldn't see her, touch her, or hear her. Slowly, his eyes drifted to the girl playing with a little game he had picked up for her while coming here. He had a strange feeling that he knew her, that he had seen her somewhere before and even heard that name. It's just that he couldn't remember much. Much of his childhood memories were blurry after he hit his head from falling. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Rika! He looked at the girl again, trying to remember that one girl. But he couldn't. His memories were hazy. Maybe I could check out my old photo album. Grandma should have it with her things, right? Luckily, like every other grandmother, she had decided to capture every second of her grandson's childhood in photos. There's got to be an image of my childhood friends in there, right? Yuta suddenly smiled as he thought about his grandma. He really respected that woman from the bottom of his heart. Yuta sat across from Nitai in his office. The situation was pretty awkward. Nitai's piercing gaze seemed to look right through him, analyzing every movement, every breath. Yuta shifted slightly in his seat, feeling that he should have just stayed away. It wasn't like the information from Nitai had helped him at all. I'll get straight to the point, Nitai began, knowing that Yuta's concentration could be as fleeting as a goldfish if he wasn't interested. From our last meeting, he had learned enough about Yuta to use that knowledge. I believe you have the potential to be the next symbol of peace. You've already proven your strength by defeating All for One, something even All Might struggled with. But raw power isn't enough. You should have seen the kind of destruction your last attack caused. You need guidance, training, someone to help you hone your abilities. Night-Eye was intently watching Yuta. Yuta couldn't help but feel a pang of doubt. The idea of replacing All Might was intriguing, but if it meant he had to rush after every single villain in the city, he wasn't sure he wanted that. After all, he had become a hero not because he wanted to be one, but because it was the only way to get stronger with his system and train himself. Being a hero was still a hobby at best. After all, Who doesn't like showing off their power? I appreciate the compliment, but Yuta hesitated. I'm not sure I'm ready for something like that. I'm not sure I'm cut out for the spotlight. Yuta wasn't sure what Night Eye was getting at, but he didn't like it at all. So, the best way to approach this situation seemed to be to express his reluctance from the very start. Night Eye leaned back, his eyes narrowing slightly. No one is born ready, kid. They all train themselves to be in front of the camera, Night Eye replied, not looking at Yuta, but rather at All Might's picture on the wall, as if reminiscing about the old days. I can see the future. You know that, right? He asked. Yuta nodded. But I can't see your future. Do you understand what that means? You have the ability to change the future, to create a world where peace is more than just a fleeting moment. Do you understand what kind of potential that is? Night Eye's reply made Yuta purse his lips. That's why I want you to train under me, to become my sidekick for the time being. Let me tell you, sooner or later, the world will demand you be the hero you've shown them you could be. Even if you wanna, there is no going back to being that hero trainee student. I can help you develop the skills you'll need to lead, to inspire, and to protect. Yuta hesitated, finally understanding where he was going with this. He knew that sooner or later, that would happen. His provisional hero license was enough to understand what the government was thinking. With All Might's recent retirement, there was enough pressure for others to push him into the spotlight. He wasn't sure what to do anymore, let alone becoming a superhero celebrity. He wasn't even sure he was cut out for a normal hero life. Now people wanted him to go full-time. And that's not all. He couldn't always stay in this world either, and being tied down with this job would be troublesome. I don't want to disappoint you. Yuta began slowly, choosing his words carefully. But I'm not sure I'm the right person for this. I'm still trying to figure out what kind of hero I want to be. I'm not even sure I want to be a hero like All Might. I respect what he's done, but I think I need to find my own path. I'm more like the friendly neighborhood hero than the #1 hero. That #1 position is just too much. I can fight the villains, that's fine, but Yuta thought and thought again, but upon not knowing what to say anymore, he just stopped, hoping Night Eye would pick up on the fact that he wasn't interested. Night Eye's expression remained the same. I understand your hesitation, but before you decide anything, hear this. Night Eye swiveled in his chair and switched on the TV in his office. You don't become a hero to get recognized. Rather, you can only become a true hero when people recognize you. That's what he told me. I pondered hard over this, and no matter how many times I tried to counter his argument, I couldn't. I thought my path was right, but he, with just his words, crushed me from following that path. So I'm no longer the hero killer. Hero killer Stain is long dead. At that point, Night Eye paused the video and looked back at Yuta. Yuta, on the other hand, noticed that the video started from a particular timestamp, not from the beginning where Stain started speaking. This bastard set that video up just to show me. Can he really not see my future, or is he joking? Using my own words against me. Yuta barely managed to stop his eyebrows from twitching. You have influenced many people. Not just normal civilians, but even a ruthless villain like the hero killer was changed. You didn't just stop him, but also changed what he was. No ordinary person can do that, you know. You might not recognize yourself as a hero, but what about the people? Your words, not mine, they recognize you. You can't run away from this. Night Eye looked at Yuta, applying psychological pressure. Yuta put his mind into overdrive, trying to come up with a reply to his own hero talk from back then. But before he could say anything, Night Eye spoke again. The path you choose doesn't have to be the same as All Might's. You could be your own kind of hero. My offer isn't about turning you into someone you're not. It's about helping you become the best version of yourself. Yuta looked down at his hands, his mind racing. Think, come up with something. He didn't want to reject Night Eye outright, but he also didn't want to commit to something he wasn't fully sure of. I really appreciate what you're offering, but I think I need some time to think about it. This is a big decision, and I don't want to rush into something without being sure. Night Eye nodded, though Yuta could sense a hint of a smirk forming on his face. I understand. Take the time you need to make your decision. Just know that my offer stands, and I believe in your potential. When you're ready, I'll be here. Yuta gave a small nod and quickly stood up, ready to leave, but Night Eye's voice stopped him before he reached the door. Yuta, Nightai said, his tone softer now. Whatever you decide, just remember this. With great power comes. Don't you dare complete that sentence. Yuta walked alongside Mirio and Izuku through the bustling city streets. It was just another routine patrol, one of many he had been doing since joining Nightai's agency. To say he was bored would be an understatement. The thrill of battle and the intensity of real missions seemed like a distant memory as he wandered the city aimlessly, watching for any signs of trouble. It's strange, but he wasn't getting any missions besides that side mission. But only now did he remember what was going on with this system. After killing AFO, he got the notification that he wouldn't be getting any more missions in his world. Maybe that was the reason he was only getting a side mission here. Possibly, he has to wait and see to be sure. Mirio was his usual cheerful self, chatting away with Izuku about various hero-related topics. Izuku, on the other hand, was listening intently, soaking up every bit of wisdom Mirio had to offer. Both are nerds of the highest caliber when it comes to heroes. Yuta remembers being somewhat like them with Marvel in his previous world, and then the multiverse happened and feminization took over. Sigh. His thoughts drifted back to Rika, whom he had left in his room at the agency. He knew she was safe there, but he couldn't help but feel a bit guilty for leaving her behind, even if it was just for a short time. He was right when he thought that the girl was growing up much faster than anticipated. In a few days, she looked like she was already a 7 or 8-year-old girl, and not a 5-year-old. Her height had increased, her weight had increased, and more than anything, she was getting more mature. He had read enough books and surfed the net to know that this wasn't normal. He couldn't even get her checked by a doctor. Others neither could see her nor touch her. Honestly, he was a little worried, but he couldn't do anything for the time being. One good thing was that she wasn't showing any particular sign of being sick. To pass the time, Yuta decided to join the conversation. "So, what do you guys usually do on these patrols?" he asked, trying to sound engaged. "Mostly just keep an eye out for anything suspicious," Mirio replied with a grin. "It's more about being present and reassuring the public that heroes are around. It's not always action-packed, but it's important work. By the way, why are you wearing that?" Mirio asked with a little confusion. Yuta wasn't wearing his usual hero costume, which was pretty much a ripoff of Yuta Okatsu's uniform in JJK. Like the other two, he wasn't in his hero costume. Rather, he was wearing a green tracksuit, and to top it off, he was also wearing a mask like he was sick. Usually in Japan, people wear that only when they are sick, covering his lower face. "I don't want people to know who I am," Yuta replied with a slightly annoyed tone. He couldn't help but sigh at his situation when he went out nowadays. Izuku nodded in agreement. "Yeah, that's a good idea." Yuta sighed inwardly. It wasn't that he didn't appreciate the importance of these tasks. He just craved something more challenging. Still, he knew this was part of being a hero too, so he tried to make the best of it. As they walked, Izuku suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes widening as he focused on something ahead. "Hey, look at that," he whispered, pointing toward a small girl standing a little way down the street. She had a tiny horn on her head and a frightened look in her eyes. Yuta and Mirio were a bit further back, but they quickly caught up with Izuku. By the time they arrived, Izuku was already talking to the girl. Yuta's eyes scanned the scene, noting the man who had just come after the girl. The man had a strange mask on his face, and he seemed to be watching Izuku and the girl intently. "Who's that?" Yuta asked quietly, more to himself than anyone else. He racked his brain, trying to place the man. The mask on his face seemed familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. Sigh, if only I could get MHA manga in the JJK world. I could really use that. Mirio frowned slightly. Apparently, he knew who this person was, but he didn't say, so Yuta didn't ask. Yuta's instincts told him to stay calm. So far, there wasn't anything overtly threatening about the situation. The man could be anyone, just another citizen with a quirk that required some kind of mask or prompt. He couldn't go around punching people just because someone looked like a villain. And the girl, she was almost the age of Rika and looked scared, but there were plenty of reasons why a child might be frightened in a busy city. So Yuta decided to rely on his spider sense. Sensing nothing wrong, he didn't take any action. "Should we do something?" Izuku whispered, glancing back at his companions. Come on, there is still a lot of area to cover, Mirio replied, keeping his voice steady but with a hint of caution in his tone. Izuku maybe sensed that and nodded, though he looked uneasy. The girl was clearly in distress, and Izuku's protective instincts were kicking in. Yuta, on the other hand, just stayed silent. He only wanted to reach out to her after seeing the girl. She was just like Rika, and though he had met Rika not that long ago, he was getting attached to the girl. So seeing a girl like her so scared kind of made him feel strange. But ultimately, there was nothing urging him to take action. The man with the mark on his face stepped forward, placing a hand gently on the girl's shoulder. "Come on, Eri, it's time to go," he said in a calm, soothing voice. Eri. Yuta repeated the name under his breath, trying to see if it triggered any memories. But there was nothing. The girl hesitated for a moment before reluctantly nodding and allowing herself to be led away. As they watched the man and the girl disappear into the crowd, Yuta's mind was still racing. There was something about the whole encounter that didn't sit right with him, but he couldn't put his finger on it. "Do you think we should have done something?" Izuku asked again, his voice tinged with guilt. Mirio shook his head. "This is not the time to talk about it. We are going back. We need to report this to Sir Naitai." At this, Yuta finally reacted. "Report what? Do you know that man?" Yuta asked, already having a bad feeling. To which Mirio just gave Yuta a look that made him even more sure that trouble was coming. In the brightly lit meeting room of Naitai's agency, several heroes had gathered around a large table, the air thick with tension. Among those present were Mirio, Izuku, Yuta, Ryukyu, Fat Gum, and a few others who had been specially invited for this meeting. The mood was somber. Everyone knew they were about to discuss something serious. Naitai stood at the head of the table. He placed a stack of documents on the table, each one containing vital information about the topic they were about to discuss. "Thank you all for coming," he began. "We have a critical situation on our hands that requires our immediate attention. As some of you may be aware," Naitai continued, "there has been a disturbing rise in the use of a quirk-suppressing drug among villains. This drug has been traced back to a single source, the Shiha Saikai, an underground criminal organization led by a man named Kai Chisaki, also known as Overhaul." Naitai paused for a moment, letting the gravity of his words sink in. There was a murmur of concern from the heroes, and Fat Gum clenched his fists, his usually cheerful demeanor darkening. "Yes, we ran into a villain who used those drugs, and they're not just quirk-suppressing drugs, but also enhancement drugs as well," Fat Gum added, covering a bit of the information that Naitai had missed. Yuta, on the other hand, wasn't sure what to do. He couldn't remember a plot like this. Surely he hadn't seen this coming. Right now, he could only curse internally for not having watched the entire anime before he died. Couldn't the god let me live a little longer before sending me here? After coming back to the agency and reporting to Naitai, he realized what had just happened. For the first time, he realized that being a little nerd about heroes and villains might be useful. Both Mirio and Deka knew who that person was. He was the only one who didn't. If he had known, he would have long beaten the crap out of Overhaul and saved that little girl. He honestly couldn't do anything except. "Overhaul is a dangerous man," Naitai continued, his voice taking on a grim tone. "He's a former member of the Yakuza, and he's been using his organization to manufacture and distribute these quirk-suppressing drugs. These drugs are unlike anything we've ever seen before. They are better than anything we have encountered so far, and they're getting better at making them." Ryukyu's eyes narrowed, and she folded her arms across her chest, her mind racing with the implications of such a weapon. Izuku also looked serious and worried. But more than anything, after seeing the image of Overhaul, he remembered who this person was. It was the same masked man Mirio, and Yuta had found before. How was he doing this? Naitai's expression grew even more somber. "This is where things get even more disturbing," he said. "Overhaul isn't just using ordinary means to create these drugs. He's using his own daughter's DNA." The room fell into a stunned silence. For a moment, it felt as if time itself had stopped. The heroes exchanged shocked glances. Though Naitai had put the words in a more subdued way, others could understand what the words really meant. After all, Just saying torture doesn't express the true reality of torture to anyone. Only when someone goes through it do they understand its real meaning. And after hearing that the bastard was turning his own daughter's body into a weapon and selling them. Daughter? Fat Gum's voice was filled with disbelief. You mean to tell me this guy is using his own kid to make these drugs? Well, she's not really his daughter. She's more like the granddaughter of the previous head of the organization. But yeah, he is doing that, Naitai clarified, though the situation remained the same no matter what. Naitai nodded, his expression hardening. That little girl, Eri, possesses a quirk that allows her to reverse the state of anything she touches. Overhaul has been exploiting her quirk to produce these drugs, essentially using her as a living factory. Ryukyu slammed her hand down on the table, her dragon-like eyes flashing with anger. That's monstrous, she exclaimed. How could someone do that to their own child? Izuku's fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles had turned white. We have to save her, he said, his voice trembling with emotion. We can't let her suffer like this. But then a rhythmic beating spread through the room. Dum dum dum, dum 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 dum. Everyone knew about the owner of this particular heartbeat. They all slowly turned to Yuta, who was currently looking down at the table. No one knew what he was thinking. Yuta, on the other hand, was getting agitated upon hearing what he heard because he saw the girl's image and remembered that the girl was right in front of him. If it wasn't obvious already, it's worth mentioning that he has a soft spot for bullied kids, as his own childhood was almost ruined. So after knowing that a girl, almost like Rika and of the same age, was being used like that, he couldn't help but be agitated. Unknown to him, he was so excited that his king's engine activated. But this beating was unlike others. Usually, Yuta had a specific target when he used his king's engine, or he used it purely for power-up and didn't bother using the conqueror-like effect of the skill. But right now, he didn't have a particular target, so the ability was going on a rampage. The heart started beating simply because he was too agitated, and due to the king's engine's suppressing abilities, which act much like conqueror's hockey. Other heroes, who were mostly pro-heroes, were feeling a pressure indescribable to them right now. Feeling little pressure was normal when these beats started, but what they were feeling right now was not just mere pressure. Even Yuta didn't realize his emotions somewhat affected the output of the King's engine. King's engine, after all, was originally an intimidation power used by King. It's just that thanks to the system, Yuta can use it as a powerful tool. Using the system to activate King's engine is one thing, but the powerful King's engine's output when activated due to Yuta's emotional fluctuation was another thing altogether. A pressure so powerful that it almost knocked out those pro-heroes descended on everyone. Dum dum dum, dum 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 dum. To the heroes, it felt like time itself had stopped, and with every beat of Yuta's heart, the room itself was shaking. What is this? Why is this feeling of pressure so strong suddenly? Izuku's eyes widened, but his body was stiff. His own heart was beating fast, and for some reason, his body felt danger, putting itself in a fight-or-flight situation. He wasn't the only one. Other heroes were the same. They almost felt like they would lose consciousness if this continued for long. They were already feeling lightheaded, and their bodies were shaking with a feeling of dread. They all robotically turned their heads to Yuta, only to find that he didn't have any particular emotion on his face. Someone might even say he was completely calm, if not for the beats being his signature move, this dangerous pressure he was emitting, and finally the little cracks forming on the table where he was sitting. Yuta, see it, calm down. Not being able to take it anymore, someone said with difficulty, making Yuta come out of his daze and immediately stop his King's engine. Sorry, I was just excited. That happens when I get like this, Yuta replied with a slightly subdued tone. He hadn't originally planned on participating in this so-called hero heist. After all, he had other things to worry about, namely finding the real identity of another little girl. But now, he would be kicking Overhaul's ass, quest or no quest. He would make sure he punched him to Kingdom Come. Naitai, who was sweating like the others due to the King's engine's effect, nodded with slight hesitation and difficulty to Yuta's apology, and continued. We need to come up with a plan to take down Overhaul and his organization. But more importantly, we need to rescue Eri. She's the key to everything, and we can't leave her in Overhaul's hands any longer. The heroes returned to the topic, but internally they were glancing at Yuta. These heartbeats were able to suppress more than 15 pro-heroes. I am glad that he is on our side. What the hell was that? I thought someone was holding me at gunpoint. So this is Yuta, the boy who will be taking All Might's position. No wonder that old man retired. Smart man. Sigh, why do I always get the problem child? He is quite a character at Tashinori. I finally understand why you step back. So much power in that tiny body. And if you're right, then a heroic spirit that rivals young Midoriya. But at the same time, lawless and not intending to take responsibility if Night Eye has anything to say. Guiding this young man might indeed be more important for you than acting as a hero. Many of the heroes here had never personally met Dynamic and wanted to. For Yuta to be here was a chance for them to meet him, but they still maintained their professional behavior and decided to talk with him after the meeting. But this outburst brought the attention back to him. Yuta was famous, very famous, actually because of what he was capable of doing. Maybe he wouldn't have been so famous if All Might hadn't lost to the same villain Yuta killed just a few minutes ago. And then All Might went ahead and announced his retirement. Those events just hype him up too much. Maybe even Yuta himself didn't realize what kind of position he was in right now. After that, each of them started to offer their thoughts and ideas on how best to approach the situation. Mirio suggested a coordinated strike on Shai Hasaikai's hideout, while Ryukyu emphasized the importance of gathering more intelligence before making any moves. What do you think, Dynamic? Night Eye finally asked, actually waiting to bring Yuta into the conversation, along with Gran Torino. Due to his conversation with Yuta, Night Eye now knew that Yuta wasn't interested in taking the symbol of peace position, which was an issue. Though what Yuta was able to accomplish was a deterrent to the villains as long as he was a hero and stood on their side, that was only one side of the equation. There should be someone to give confidence to the people as well. Right now, public support for Yuta was so high that they were already calling him the next All Might. But that would decline with time, and after that, there would be no figure to hold the spotlight in the current generation. Maybe Yuta's own generation, as both Gran Torino and Night Eye glanced over at Izuku and Mirio for a second. But they lacked something crucial. Power. Compared to what Yuta has shown, even OFA at full power pales in comparison. People need that kind of power to give them hope and trust in heroes. That's why, if possible, they still wanted to put Yuta in that position. It was strange how, in the short term, they wanted people not to hype up Yuta too much, because he was still young and needed time to take the #1 position. But in the long term, they were actually worried that his reputation of being invincible would fade away and cause public distrust. Strange times we live in, sigh. Both Night Eye and Gran Torino couldn't help but sigh to themselves. Blasting the front door open and raining down punches on those douchebags would have been my first choice if Eri's safety weren't involved. Maybe I might have done that, but I have zero experience with rescue missions. I will go along with anything you old-timers come up with, Yuta replied while not paying much attention to what his words caused in others. Old-timers? Who's he calling old? Kid, I'm only 82 right now. Well, at least he agrees that a straightforward attack won't work this time. And there were many others who were thinking along the same lines. Why can't we just use your future sight to determine where they are and what they will do? Then we'll have an advantage, right? Someone asked Night Eye, to which Night Eye directly refused. Of course, there was a little argument about that, but ultimately the idea didn't pass. Night Eye finally said after everyone had spoken and explained, Overhaul is dangerous, and his quirk gives him an edge in close combat. We can't afford to underestimate him. Remember that the safety of that little girl is more important than capturing Overhaul. To this, internally Yuta just snorted. Who said he would be capturing that man? He wasn't a naive hero. He would kill when killing made sense. It's just that, unlike when he directly killed AFO, here he would not let others know that he would deal with Overhaul. What about the drug? Yuta asked. If he's distributing it, we need to find out how far it's spread and whether there's a way to reverse its effects. Actually, Yuta was a little more worried about what would happen if a drug like that fell into the hands of someone like Shigaraki. And with his mind running wild, he also started to put things together. He wondered how that Nomu had such a powerful healing factor. Now, maybe he knew why. Naitai's expression grew grim. That's another issue we need to address. We don't know if the effects of the drug can be reversed, but we'll need to secure a sample and study it as soon as possible. That might be the only way to save anyone who's been affected. As the meeting continued, the heroes formulated a plan of action, each of them determined to see it through. After the meeting was done, Yuta was the first one to get out of the meeting room. One reason was that he realized others were waiting to waste his time after the meeting, so he decided to leave. But in reality, he just wasn't keen on going back to Rika. He had left her alone in his room. Though now he wasn't that worried about her getting lost since he had put a tracker on her long ago, he still didn't want to leave the girl alone in a room for that long. After the meeting was done, Yuta rushed to his room in the agency to find out what Rika was doing, only to discover that the girl had long fallen asleep due to boredom. He saw her sleeping on the floor with her head resting on a stuffed toy he had bought for her and just sighed. "I can't stay with you all the time. Sorry, but I don't have any other way for the time being. At least back home, I could play some video games or cartoons to keep you entertained, but here we don't even have a TV," Yuta muttered under his breath. Though he wasn't complaining, as getting a room here was more than enough for him. After all, he was staying at the agency for free. He bent down and picked up the sleeping girl to put her back on the bed. While picking up the toys, he suddenly found something quite interesting. It was a stuffed toy, but not just any stuffed toy. It was a yellow rat with a lightning-shaped tail and red spots on its cheeks. This was none other than Pikachu. Seeing this, Yuta couldn't help but smile. The reason for his smile was that Pokemon didn't exist in the MHA world originally. It was he who introduced it here. He had made comics out of the TV show he watched back when he was on Earth. And just like in his original world, the Pokemon franchise was a hit here as well. He still made enough money from it. Or at least he should be getting enough money from it and all the other work he does. Thanks to Grandma, no matter how much I earn, I can only take out a certain amount unless it's an emergency. Though I live alone, I'm still being looked after by people Grandma knew. So, I don't get full access to my money until I am at least 20. That sucks harder than my neighbor's wife. Believe me, I know it does. Pokemon wasn't the only franchise from which he earned novelty. He introduced many other works to this world. It's all under the name of Kazuki, his grandmother's name for now, and will be transferred to him once he turns 20. Sigh, though it was irritating, he couldn't do anything about it. He could just smile while holding the Pikachu stuffed toy in his hands. And it suddenly hit him. I could bring back my work from home for her. Yuta thought, perking up. He had many ideas and rough drafts lying around at home. From shonen works to slice-of-life stories. He had poured all his mind's content into making comics and writing them down so he wouldn't have to worry about coming up with content later. Well, it's not like there will be any patrolling work given to us until they find where this overhaul guy is keeping Eri, so I have time. Not to mention I was planning on going back and going through my grandma's stuff anyway. It's about time, Yuta decided. Though he still wasn't sure what he would do with Rika when he went out, he would think of something. Maybe take her with him, but that would be too troublesome. He wasn't going to a park. It might take hours to find what he was looking for in that place. Sigh. If only Grandma agreed to use the money I earned to save that old place of ours, Yuta muttered with a little disappointment. Once he decided, he put Rika to bed and told her that he was going out for the night. He assured her that if she woke up, she should give him a call, and he would come as soon as possible. Yuta believed that going back to his place under cover of night, when most people wouldn't notice him, would be better. So, that night he went out. Instead of taking public transport, he decided to use OFA to bounce around the city. And indeed, he was faster that way. In just under 30 minutes, he reached home. Home sweet home. Yuta gave a customary dive on his couch before getting back to why he came here. The first task was to find his grandmother's belongings and then start searching for any clues about his childhood and things he had long forgotten. It's said that a person only remembers things that are very close to them, things they want to remember the most, and things they want to forget the most. Maybe that's why he remembers so much about his last life and all those anime, movies, and other pop culture things. Maybe that's why he remembers the memories he had with his grandmother, and maybe that's why he remembers the difficult childhood he had. But besides those memories, he didn't remember much, like the few friends he had in school. He couldn't seem to remember them, especially after the fall from the second-story building. He doesn't remember his own memories from his past life, doesn't remember what his name was in his past life, and doesn't remember how he died anymore. Good thing I wrote it down in my diary from day one. But still, the fact that I forgot means those were indeed not that important memories for me. Yuta thought as he went to the attic and brought down everything he could get his hands on to start checking. All right, let's get into it. I have way too much to go through. Yuta couldn't help but purse his lips after seeing his entire hall filled with boxes towering over him. And he had to go through all of them. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea after all. For an entire night, Yuta kept on looking for things he least wanted to. This included his kindergarten results and, strangely, 3 diaries filled with complaints and revenge plans he had against those kids who bullied him in the past. Even he couldn't believe how detailed they were written. From the date and the names of the people who bullied him to information about their parents and siblings, he wrote down everything. Maybe the villain system would have worked better for me. Yuta smiled, seeing the diary. The information was even relevant right now, considering there were also addresses for certain individuals written in there. Maybe if I ever plan on playing the villain, I know where to start. Yuta smiled with an evil laugh, but then his mood dropped after seeing the picture he was holding in his hands. Rika Orimoto. He knew that he was missing something, and finally, it was here. He found it. The only problem was that he wasn't expecting this. Rika Orimoto was a girl who used to be his classmate back when he was no older than 5. He himself is not sure why he forgot her, considering he fell from a 2-story building just to save this particular girl from bullies. After that, he started having problems remembering things related to that time. This problem lasted for some time as well. It turns out that hitting your head, especially by falling from a 2-story building, is a big no-no. Like a very big no. But that's not what is important right now. The thing is, this Rika Orimoto, who he found in his childhood photo album, looked exactly like the little girl he put asleep before coming here. Now, they could either look the same or share the same name, but both? And out of all the things, he is the only one able to see her. Ow! Yuta pondered to himself, while a certain thought again arose inside him. A thought which previously looked absolutely ridiculous, but now seemed way too realistic for some reason. A ghost. He didn't want to think like that, but all signs pointed that way. Well, that or he had a screw loose and was seeing things like seriously seeing things. Side quest. Shocking love. Quest update. Side quest. Find what happened with Rika Orimoto. Blink blink. At least this makes me sure that I'm not just seeing things. Forget it. There is nothing I can do about this. Just follow the quest mindlessly. Now that I know who she is, I have to find out what is going on with her. I never knew what happened to her. She was just gone one day. Yuta pondered inside. After that, he directly went to his PC to start searching the hell out of anything he could find on the internet related to Rika. It took a considerably long time for someone who wasn't used to info hunting on the net, but he ultimately found something. However, what he found was not something he liked. To be sure of what was going on, he also ended up calling his old school to get information from someone who might be more involved than the person who wrote the article on the net for some PR. But forgetting that it was still night, he wasted 10 to 20 minutes cursing at those evil school staff for not picking up his phone. Whatever, I will just visit the place tomorrow myself, Yuta muttered with clear irritation in his voice. The next day, he did just that. However, not want to leave Rika alone, he first had to go back to his room at Naitai's agency to make her some food and also play with her a little bit. Then, quickly stating to Naitai that he was going out to find clues about Overhaul, he got out of there. That was the best excuse anyway. Upon going back to his old school, nothing but bad memories came to his mind. To some point, there was a psychological shadow in his mind about even going inside the building. But then suddenly, he saw a poster. A poster of him in his dynamic costume was right at the entrance of the school, stating, "Dynamic studied here." Yuta was baffled, and then nothing but anger rose inside him. These bastards, after I suffered so much here, are using me as advertisement material and that too without my consent. He just wanted to storm inside and break all those hoardings, but he calmed himself down. He was here for information, which was more important. And when it comes to these school fuckers using his name now that he was famous, he would get back to them, just not right now. Yuta, come, my boy. I was wondering when you would come to visit your old school. You have made all of us proud, my boy, said the principal, rubbing his hands together as if seeing a cash cow. Yuta, on the other hand, didn't reply. He was just here to get the information he was seeking. He never liked this principal, who was partial to those with powerful quirks. When he was thrown from that building, this was the man who saved those kids. He wanted to beat the principal to a bloody pulp right now, but he refrained. He was here to gather information on Rika, so he had to hold back. The principal continued to speak, but Yuta stopped him. Stop talking. I am not here to chat with you. Don't think that I have forgotten anything. If it wasn't important, I wouldn't have come here. I'm only here to gather some information. Tell me what you know, and I'll be out of here. Maybe I won't bring down a sea of lawyers for using my name without my permission. Yuta's tone was cold, making sure the man knew he was no longer the kid who would just listen and could do nothing about the injustices. Hearing this, the principal paused. He wanted to refuse, but then he saw Yuta's eyes turn red, with a particular eye pattern forming in them. This was the Mangekyo Sharingan. That one look from Yuta made the principal stutter internally. For a moment, he couldn't feel anything or do anything. Tell me anything and everything you know about Rika Orimoto, Yuta demanded, cutting straight to the point, not wasting time with this corrupt man. Seeing the intensity of the glare, the principal froze. Yuta didn't care. All he wanted was information. Apparently, Yuta's eyes had broken the man, and he wasn't able to reply immediately. Seeing this, Yuta frowned. He just wanted to make the man feel a little fear, but he wasn't expecting him to almost lose his bearings. Sai, what kind of coward is he? Just a little pressure and a harmless jinjutsu almost made him fall unconscious, Yuta complained internally. Now he had to wait. Orimoto? She has been dead for 4 years now, said the fat man shamelessly, who also happened to be the principal of the school. This made Yuta pause. He wasn't shocked by now, but hearing this made him stiff. What happened? Yuta asked. Though he had done his homework before coming here, he knew a little already. Yakusha, Yuta replied, confirming what he had learned from the internet, to which the fat principal nodded. Earlier, the principal had been behaving chummy with Yuta. That was the last confirmation he was looking for. The death of Rika wasn't that big of a secret, but just like any other victim, her death was nothing more than a closed file. Yuta had originally not known this, because he had long left that school and that area altogether. Her death at that time was unknown to him. Honestly speaking, he didn't believe it would have bothered him that much. He had too much on his plate to think about others. But now that he learned her death was caused by a Yakusha attack, he couldn't help but feel anger building inside him. After that, he didn't bother staying there any longer. He no longer wanted to be with his principal. He left the school and walked aimlessly, thinking about the current situation. So, she's really dead. Well, it's been 4 years, so I shouldn't feel this bad, but out of so many students, only she didn't look down on me, and to some degree I can call her a friend. Yuta wasn't sure what he was thinking. Despite thinking about how the girl who looked exactly like Rika Orimoto, who was living with him and whom only he could see and touch, he was thinking about the girl he once saved. He at least remembered that he saved her. From then, they actually became friends, though calling them friends would not be entirely accurate since they only talked usually and nothing more. Still, it was miles better than his relationships with other kids. However, now that she no longer existed, there was an unknown feeling of loss inside his heart. This feeling was very similar to what he felt after losing his grandmother. Once they are gone, nothing can give you the feeling they used to, except for the times you spent with them. It was a strange feeling for him because he couldn't even categorize his feelings as either sorrow or pain. He was just feeling lost. After aimlessly walking for some time, he finally stopped, and his eyes turned steely. This is not the time. There are 2 little girls out there who are looking for me to save them. I have to find Eri and save her from that overhaul, and I have to find out what happened to Rika as well. He was waiting to see whether his side quest would update, but nothing happened. There was no reason to think about this anymore, because he had long confirmed that the little girl staying with him was none other than Rika Orimoto when she was small. Though he honestly didn't believe he was living with a ghost of a girl who died 4 years ago, he had no other option. He was now sure that the little girl Rika was none other than his long-past classmate Rika Orimoto. He knew so because he also used some of Naitai's connections to figure out whose house it was. It was indeed the previous Orimoto residence. He even knew that both her father and mother were alive and now live abroad. Maybe I'm the only person who can see her, not because of any quirk, but because I now have curse energy and thus can see spirits? Yuta muttered helplessly to himself. It's possible, but again, I have no way to know. But with all the information in front of me, I can no longer deny the fact that she is not a human. Yuta sighed. This was the only thing he didn't want to admit, if possible. Seeing that the side mission has not been updated means I still haven't learned about her. I need to find out what exactly happened and why her spirit is still lingering. Yuta pondered and then planned to run back home to continue his research about what happened exactly with Rika. Maybe that way he could find a way to complete this quest and, at the same time, help out Rika, whatever it might be possible. Yuta refrained from talking with Rika about her past or her identity, which he found for the time being. He didn't want to have whatever happened after that in his mind, just before he goes to fight that overhaul and his little gang of wannabe villains. After confirming that it was the Yakuza group who was responsible for Rika's death, learning more details was useless. That will give him a better understanding of how to complete the quest. Yes. But ultimately, that information was unnecessary when it came to figuring out who was actually responsible for the deed. There's, after all, only one Yakuza group here who have been controlling this area for decades. Shaiha Saikai, the name of the group which Overhaul was a part of, meaning ultimately it comes down to taking care of that one bastard. If earlier Yuta wanted to punch the shit out of that mass face was out of an act of duty and resentment for doing something so horrible to a little girl, then now the situation was personal. They still haven't found anything about Eric's location, but that doesn't matter honestly. Because the location of Shaiha Saikai has been known to the heroes for a long time, it's just that finding legal proof against the Yakuza is hard. Everyone knows that they do illegal deeds, but that ultimately doesn't matter. What matters is what can be proven in the court. But, as I said, not it's personal, and right now I wouldn't mind breaking some laws if that means that I get to crack open that skull of his. But that also means that I can't involve any higher-up or pros in this. They outright won't let me go to their headquarters. But going there alone, too, is... Sigh. I'm getting ahead of myself. I need to gather some information about that place before acting. This time, let's not hold back. Yuta thought as he saw the time on his phone. Noting that it would be evening soon, he planned to act sooner than later. Attacking solo in the morning is in no way a good idea. At least at night, he can get some kind of advantage with the element of surprise on his part. Before going there, he also has to check out Overhaul's and his underlings' powers. He won't want a repeat of last time, when he was completely unaware that the other person was a dangerous villain. Both Deku and Mario knew, and he was the only one who was ignorant of this fact. He could have saved much of his time and all this trouble if only he had known last time and had taken action. This time he planned to be prepared. 8 bullets. That's what the underlings of Overhauls refer to them as the name suggests. There are 8 of them who hold significant positions or powerful quirks in that group. Heroes, too, didn't have much information on them, but whatever they had, Yuta got it. It was pretty easy, honestly, just had to call Night Eye and request a copy of the file regarding this case. Even Yuta didn't realize that it wasn't as easy as it seemed to him. Not anyone could get this information just like that. He was a special case, and though blissfully ignorant he didn't give 2 thoughts about this. Now that he had some understanding of what he was going against, he had to gather information about the place he would be attacking soon. The current base of Shaiha Saikai is none other than the house of their formal head. It is a typical old-style Japanese house, but not everything it is like it seems like. He looms around the place, staying away from the prying eyes, and more importantly cameras. The objective was simple. Get in contact with any of the members of Hasaikai, and then get into their brainwashed. Though it's a significant cost on his hero time to gather information by using his Jinjutsu, he had no other option. He already plans that he will go all out for this mission anyway. Thus, he saved his hero time all day, which was now a staggering 2.5 hours. He had that left in its entirety, not mention the timing of this action aligned with his HT renewal well. So he keeps on lingering around, away from the actual building, but close enough that his Sharingan can see its entrance, and acted the first chance he saw someone getting out of there. With almost blinding speed, he moves to intercept the target. He didn't even have to touch him. Just make sure he looked into his eyes, which was a given if someone suddenly blocked a person's path. As soon as the man looks into his eyes, he traps in his Genjutsu. Sparing no expense, he used his highest Genjutsu skill, which cost him an eye-watering 30 minutes of hero time. It's pretty obvious that he doesn't like wasting HT like this. His mentality of being prepared or anything always made him paranoid to save as much HT as possible. What happened with Bakugo back then was also a huge reason he was even more strict on not losing HT, if not absolutely necessary. But again, today was an exception. Tell me everything you know about what's inside that building and its internal structure. Yuta replied inside his Genjutsu. Yeah, 30 minutes of heights provides a complete Tsukiyomi-like experience. Though, of course, it wasn't Tsukiyomi, but a mere normal Genjutsu, which didn't distort the time, nor it let the person feel real pain inside the Genjutsu. But still, as long as the person doesn't have a very strong will to get out of it, it's not impossible to get what he wanted. And it's not like he himself has to ask this. Inside the Genjutsu, the one asking this question was not a puny him, but the giant All Might, cracking his fist, ready to break all 200 or so bones of the man if he dare not to say. Worked fabulously, but the information he had wasn't enough. Low-willed people also mean lower-grade information. However, he said one thing which was made putting 30 HT to use worth it. There's a girl being kept inside there, one with a little hone growing on her head. All those heroes are running around like headless chickens to find her, and here I got her like it was nothing. Surely luck is also a part of one's strength. Yuta can't help but smile at this. He by now means can boast about his own luck given its track record, but at least it helps him out when it really matters. And for the time being, that was all he could ask for. Now this surely changes things. Yuta smirked and took out his phone. Ring, ring. Ring, ring. Moshi, moshi. Both of you, get your ass at my location ASAP and don't tell anyone. I found her. Eri. X2.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.